measure it flat, it contradicts that. I'm spitting flat facts and that. And I know you don't like that. Google Maps is flat, it presents elevation profiles like that. I'm a spitting flat earth king. Sentence has a ring, doing my own thing. If earth was a big roast chicken, factually finger licking chicken, we just got the measurements missing. I'm spitting eggs and begs, begging the question lesson. I've said it before, time after time. I'm the spitting flat earth king of rhyme.
Welcome to Flat Earth Debate, Uncut and After Show. I'm your host, Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe. Hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere. There's also a coffee, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. But speaking of Patreons, I'm going to do a quick shout out to all of you who do support me on Patreon. So, a massive shout of thanks and appreciation to Sven P., Curved Fart, Pablo de la Cruz, Smith Tools and Purchase, Level Plain Poem, Vitali Z, Colton James, Survive the Spin, Thomas van der Zander, Measured Flat, Tiers Morgan, Mitch Kennedy, Rod, The Name's Burley, J-Mels 24, Unamento, Iron 26, Retro Bill, John Kays, Patrick Gunnels, Troy Shuker, Hairy Blade, Mobile Max 777, Rob W, Del West Watson, Unbelievable Productions, Blue Ridge Ranger, Abraham Mohammed, Skeptic 936, Texas Mike, Chow Yun Cat, and Dank. So, another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. Links, as I say, to Patreon are below this video. But with that, I will hand across to whoever is in Discord and Google, so you can enjoy their dulcet tones while I set up for today's live show.
These cues and stuff like that about up and down, north and south. Once you hear it, and then you hear it everywhere. It's hilarious to me.
Well, this has been tolerated in terms of it's a form of cognitive dissonance. It's just not voiced. So nobody's acknowledging the fact that there's a complete incongruence with what is north when it's practically applied as a direction versus what is north when you believe you're on a ball. Like, well, the two don't work with one another. They're fundamentally in opposition to each other. One's dealing with the horizontal in terms of orientation. A degree in the horizontal could be described with an azimuth. And then you've got, the top of a ball? No, that's like the vertical. That would be like elevations and elevation angles. Like, it's completely separate in terms of which axes you're using. If you're describing azimuth and altitude, altitude's in the horizontal. Azimuth's in the horizontal, altitude's in the vertical. So you can't say, well, north's the top. You're like, no, that's not how it functions. So, but unless somebody's highlighting it, it just goes without saying that you're allowed to have both. And you're like, well, no, you're not.
Well, it's because in our minds, we picture what we're thinking and talking about. And colloquially, just in the way we use our words and our pictures in our minds, when you're thinking about the world and talking about going up or down, you're looking in your head at a map. And the maps have always been, on the walls. And I'm going up to Canada, right? I'm going down to Kentucky from where I'm at. And everyone it's like they know what they mean. It's like I was talking with Dank this morning about the word flat. We know what we're talking about when we're saying, oh, the Earth's flat. But Globers in their head, and we all know the Earth isn't literally flat. It's topographical. It's bumpy, right? And people in the cognitive dissonance think and say the Earth's not flat. It's, you're dumb.
I don't know, it's pretty flat. I mean, if you take the amount of land that we've got, Neil deGrasse Tyson does this in an example when he's explaining that at the scale of Earth as a sphere, if it was condensed down to the size of a bowling ball and you were to run your hands over the equivalent, with all the topographical deviations, then the bowling ball, by your perception, would be completely smooth. Now you go, okay, obviously he's making the comparison because he's trying to deviate away from the topographical changes that are measured flat anyway, and utilise them without acknowledging how flat we must have measured Earth to achieve that description. But if you just remove his preemptive inclusion of sphericity after the fact, you still end up with the same analogy. You go, okay, so if I was to take the world as we've mapped and charted it and lay it down on a square metre and have all the topographical deviations included in that square metre, then you'd run your hands across it and it would be perfectly smooth. Or, to round out this as a point that you've just made it, perfectly flat. You have to get down to the microscopic level to see even the deepest of canyon and highest of mountain at that scale. You just wouldn't notice. It would be perfectly smooth. So when you say it's not flat, you're like, well, yeah, it is. It's all very subtle in terms of what we know as the land that exists. In terms of the topographical deviations in the vertical, they're limited by comparison to the vast flatness of the overall topology. So when you say it's not flat because what we've got topographical deviations, I would say they're insignificant when compared to the whole. That is to say, it is completely flat. The world is flat.
Right, and that's what I was just saying, is that we use words and word spells and imagination. You know, we have to explain it in an imagine this, imagine that, imagine the Earth is a ball, the bowling ball. Imagine this, and you know, all of us in how we describe anything, you know, we have to do an analogy. And we have to do an imaginary description of what we're talking about.
Oh, Neil.
What was that?
I said, I don't. I just say it's flat. I don't give no imaginary description. What do you mean by that?
You never say something is like something else.
Not when I'm speaking about flat Earth. I mean, maybe, possibly, but it's just flat. Because when you get into that, you get into all the nonsense that the others talk about. Well, it's got mountains, hills, and valleys. Yeah, all measured from flat Earth. It's just flat. I don't get into all of that wrangle dangle. It's flat.
Even God says that the firmament is like a tent to live in. It is stretched across the heavens.
Yeah, you can't see the firmament, though. We could see the land that we're on.
Tell God
We
about that.
experience the land that we're on.
Yeah, he stretched a line across it.
There you go. So did he account for mountains, hills, and valleys? No, he just said he stretched a line across it. Basically, he said, "Where were you?" So basically, it's just flat. There's nothing wrong with saying that.
We're not talking about right or wrong about it. We're just talking about how it works with
Well,
with
when you
people.
start turning around and trying to make it say, "Well, but I've heard you saying before that it's a bad word, flat." I've heard you say it in the past few days. It's just
Yes,
flat.
I say it a lot. I was telling that to Dank. Dank, was I telling that to you this morning?
Yeah.
But did I say that it was a bad word? If anything, I'm saying it's imprecise when you're talking to somebody who you know is not willing to see the truth or hear the truth or discuss the truth in righteousness, in honesty. And so that's why.
Hold on. I've heard you say that you don't use the word flat. You just start using level because of these reasons. Now, maybe bad is a bad choice of words, but I'm pretty sure I've heard it, that when you're dealing with people, that's like a bad word. So you're trying to move away from the word flat. and just say,
Right.
hey, it's level,
I get,
horizontal.
okay. And I agree. Listen to me agreeing with you. I didn't say it's a bad word. Maybe I said it's a bad word in their ears when you're talking to somebody who is not that is not willing to consider what you're saying, and they're taking it all too literally just so they can push back against it. I'm just
They should take it
rhetorically.
literally.
And it's not a bad word. It's just imprecise depending on the conversation you're having and who you're having it with. If you're talking to somebody and you say, God said he stretched a line across the earth, and they push back on it for whatever reason, well, men wrote the Bible or God didn't really mean that.
Forget about bringing scripture into it. Forget about that. Let's just talk when you're dealing with people. See, I don't deal with people no more. I stopped wasting my time. You deal with people, so you're more in tune with what's going on. I don't care. I was at that point one time too. I still always said it's flat. I don't care what they say, what they do, how they want to deny it. That's on them. It's just flat. That's it. It's measured that way. We have tons of proofs that that's how it's measured through celestial navigation, through freaking flight, right? Mapping, cartography. You can go on and on and on. It's just flat, and that's it. I'm not making no excuses for anything because there's no need to. Everything is measured from mean sea level, correct?
Yes, sir.
So what's the problem? And that mean sea level, if you look up synonyms for level, it's going to say flat.
Absolutely. And when you're discussing that with somebody or trying to debate it, or they're more now, they're debating it. I'm not. But
Yes, you are.
again, it's what I was talking with Dank this morning.
Well, you're debating it with a mindset that you know already, so it's a different type of debating it. You're basically in a position of trying to persuade someone. It's not like you're debating it and you're uncertain.
I'm giving a reason for what I believe in. Just like apologetics, as a Christian, you're supposed to have a reasonable explanation or debate.
That's different in Christianity because that's a belief and that's by faith. When we're talking about the nature of our reality, this is something that we don't need to believe by faith because we experience it daily. So it moves from a belief to a knowledge. Right? And we have that knowledge because it's measured that way.
Right. How do you have the knowledge of God? Right? It's by faith. But you should have.
Yeah, but you keep going to God. I'm trying to move away from that for this reason because we experience it. I don't need to say I have faith that the earth is flat. This is what I believe. I know it's flat because this is how it's measured and this is how I experience it since I've been born. Since I can remember, I've always experienced a flat earth. Nothing else.
Okay. Yes. The what Dank and I were talking about this morning, and that I hesitated to bring up on the show, because it's so complicated to explain, is that what we are doing is apologetics for the cosmology that we all experience and we all know is true. All right? Just like a Christian does apologetics for what they know is true, and they have to have a logical, reasonable.
I totally disagree because this is something everybody has not experienced Jesus. There were certain people that experienced him at the time he walked the earth. From those people on, it's all by faith. right? Without faith, it's impossible to believe him. I do not agree with the analogy. We are not making apologetics for what the earth is. We're telling people what the earth is, not apologizing for anything, not trying to show them, look, Jesus lived. Look, 500 witnesses seen him go up into the sky, and the angel appeared and said he'll come back in like manner. That is by faith you received that. I received that. And I believe it, and I know it because I accept it by faith. Just like how the worlds were constructed by faith. But not in this case. That's just my opinion.
Yes. What? Let's see. Dank, you still there?
Yeah.
Would you have to persuade men and do apologetics for men if all men seen Jesus? If all men experienced Jesus, the physical Jesus that the apostles experienced, you wouldn't have to, because they've experienced him, they felt him, they touched him, they've handled him. That's why John uses that. He's saying, believe us because we have felt, we have touched, we have handled, right? Now he's trying to persuade men. He's the one that's making apologetics for people to come to Christ. Now, we don't have to do that with Flat Earth because everybody can experience it. Everybody does. Anybody can go on a flight. Anybody can get a sextant. Anybody can get a measuring tool and do it themselves. So therefore, my only thing is that you don't have to. It is what it is.
Yes, it is. It is what it is, whether people believe it or not. Correct?
Right. So if you're walking with Jesus and he raises somebody from the dead, and the next person standing right next to him and he sees it, the physical Jesus doing this, and he don't believe it because that's on him. He's experiencing it. He's seeing it done right there. So
Yeah.
we got people walking on the flat earth. Hold on. We got people walking on the flat earth, experiencing it daily. You have people that mapped it and charted it and did it with elevation angles, right? You need a horizontal baseline to do any of that. So everybody has experienced it.
And how many people literally experienced Jesus talking to them and telling them who he was, and they
That's
still
my
walked
point.
away?
No,
And they still
now you're
walked away.
taking into the purpose he was here, and we all know why they rejected him. I'm using that as an illustration. Yeah, exactly. They didn't believe, and he was right there amongst them, healing people, raising people from the dead, and they still did not. They didn't accept who he was because of their religiosity. Okay, and it's the same thing here. They've experienced flat Earth, and they do not accept it because they're in a religion. So why would I strive with them?
I'm not saying that you need to strive with them. We're bouncing around between big picture and personal. Big picture is that everybody knows and everybody can see that the earth is flat, or that it is measured flat, we'll say. All right? Everyone knows that God exists because they see creation. And because God says that he has placed knowledge, certain knowledge, in everybody so that they are without excuse. All right? Those that deny that certain knowledge, like morals, like creation, and looking at creation every day, you know God is. Okay? That's called general revelation in our terms. All right? Also, he placed certain laws, moral laws, like don't murder, in
Yeah, I
our
get all that,
hearts.
but you're putting it in like apologetics, the way you do apologetics as a Christian. it's the same thing as flat Earth, and I just disagree with that. I know everything you're saying. I agree with it. It's God that gives us the knowledge. How do you know anything? You know it from God.
You know
You
it
know it
from
from, where's our reference? The reference is the Bible.
yeah, but didn't you just say everybody knows the Earth is flat because of all these apologetics?
I said everybody's experienced it. You keep bringing it to the Christian. You keep
No, no,
bringing it
no, no,
into comparing it to apologetics. I'm trying to move away from that and saying that it's a false comparison because everybody has not handled Christ. And when you're not bringing people to a religion, you're bringing people to a relationship with Christ. So those people that you minister to and accept him have to take that by faith, like I did, like you did. We did not see him. Now, I've seen miracles happen in my behalf, and that only strengthens my faith. That is not needed with flat Earth. That's my only point.
So you came to flat Earth by the evidence of how sextants work?
Well, Surf Daddy, where are you going with this? This is where we're at now. You're saying
I know.
that you're using apologetics, like you use apologetics when you're ministering the gospel to somebody, and I totally disagree. Totally disagree. You may have used the same techniques, but it's not needed because everybody can experience Earth being flat. Wherefore, everybody can experience Jesus being a man. That's something that has to be accepted by faith. You do not have to accept flat Earth by faith. Come on, this is not hard. It's right there in front of us. No, I went the long road. My brother was a conspirator. I got fed the feast of nonsense. So it came to flat Earth debate. Then I started getting a grip on things. Right? Then we went through all the arguments that were a waste of time. And what do we come to? That Earth is measured flat and everything else is freaking redundant. Why? Because we know. Now there's a knowledge of knowing. There is no longer a belief in flat. It is a knowledge. And we get that knowledge through measurement.
Yes. But people, even using the knowledge, still reject the truth of that knowledge, of those measurements, let's say. Literally, people say, just because I'm measuring it level and flat doesn't mean that doesn't mean that it is truly flat. My point.
I walk away from people like that. I do not. Okay. I can't deal with that.
All right. You're walking away from people like you're supposed to shake the dust off your shoes to people who reject the knowledge.
They're denying reality. Why would I even try to persuade someone if he's denying reality? Listen, I go through this with my son daily. Daily he throws shots at me. I go through it daily. I don't waste the time anymore. You have a belief system. I have a knowledge system. I stick to knowledge and knowing what Earth is because that's how it's measured. That's how I've experienced it my whole life. And that's it. Now, you do what you want to do. You know?
Okay. All I'm doing, Neil, listen carefully. All I'm doing is making an observation. This is not anything other than that. I'm making the observation that people are in two camps. They either look at, see reality and accept it as true, or they look at reality in their hearts, they know it's true, but for whatever reason, spiritual, cognitive dissonance, what they've been taught, whatever, they reject that knowledge.
How do you know in their heart they know it's true?
Because God says it is. And that's
but they don't know that.
Huh?
They don't know
God says it is. Sure, because God says that he give us knowledge so that no one is without excuse.
Yeah, but you're
I
talking
could
about
go,
it's flat. We're
I could
only
go
talking about flat Earth here. Let's stay on just flat Earth.
creation. He
They
says
don't know.
creation.
They've learned things in school, right? They've learned through the schooling system. So you're talking about two camps. There's way more. First of all, there's way more than two camps. There's probably a zillion camps. But listen, they, you can't say they know in their heart that it's flat. I think that's a bold statement.
Sure, why else would they have cognitive dissonance when they reject what is true?
They think what they have is true.
What causes cognitive dissonance? The anger.
They think what they have is truth. They think the consensus. They think what they've learned in school. They think all.
You broke up. Think of it this way. Globers, heliocentrists, people that are in cog dis about the truth of measurement, they argue no differently than an atheist argues against God. That's my only point. Dank, back me up on this, dude.
I didn't hear any of it. My phone died.
Okay.
I didn't
Don't
hear
cry for
anything either.
Dank.
No, I'm just saying that people that argue against the reality, the truth of measurements, and that the earth, the nature of earth, are no different than atheists who argue against the existence of God. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying is that
Yeah, I
overall,
disagree. There may be similarities, but I disagree because, like I said, the existence of God. Well, now you move close to the existence of God when we were using Jesus as an illustration. Feel, touch, handle.
no, we're not.
I
No,
understand what
we're
you're
not.
saying because you could feel, touch, and handle all the creation and know that there's a creator. But you have people think that nature created nature. There's so many camps. That's why, you
Right.
know what? It's a dead end to even try and persuade anybody. I do what I
Anything.
do on this show, and that's it. I can't deal with
It's
it no
funny.
more. I've been through it for years, and it's just all it does is bring stress, hopping on different shows. No, I'm done. I'm finished.
I'm not even putting this in the context of debating or how we debate or anything like that. I'm just making the unintended global observation that people are in two camps. They are the ones that know that God is because of his creation, because of seeing it, basically, and people who see the creation and know it in their hearts, but for whatever reason, deny it. Okay? They deny the truth. God says in Romans 1 that his creation, everyone sees it and everyone knows he exists. He placed certain things in our hearts, like moral laws, so that no one would have an excuse when the time comes for judgment.
Yeah, but
No
now you're
one will
talking
be able
about
to
the
say, oh,
existence of God and not flat Earth.
flat earth is creation, right?
Yeah, of course, God created it.
All right, that's it. I'm just saying that I have found over the years that I've observed that when people deny the measurements, deny that the earth is, that the reality is of the nature of earth is true, they're denying it in unrighteousness, meaning they know, we all know what we know what horizontal and level are, Neil, right?
Yeah, but I can't. I don't agree with that because I know a lot of people. I know a lot of people in church. They're not unrighteous. They just don't know it's flat.
Right. They don't. And when you tell them the truth, some of them see it and some of them don't. The ones who don't give reasons for why it's not true, just like atheists will say stupid stuff
Yeah,
like,
but they give the
well,
reasons because
what
remember, it's a whole schooling system they've gone through. You have people that went through freaking years of college. So there's a reason why they're not seeing it. You know,
what reason would that be?
their education gets in their way. They think that science. Come on, I don't gotta explain to you. You know what happened. They've moved pseudoscience as science, and they want to line up with science so bad to prove, that the Bible is correct, and they don't even know what science is. So you have a lot of people caught up in that, and they're not unrighteous. They're just
They're
ignorant
not they're not
to
leaning on the
what
word of
Earth
God,
is.
though. They're leaning on the wisdom of men, and the wisdom of men is folly, is foolishness to God, right?
Yeah, but they don't know that, Surf Daddy. They don't know that they're leaning on the wisdom of men. I didn't know that. You can't tell me when I came to the Lord in 1996 and somebody came to me and started telling me about flat earth and I rejected it, that I was unrighteous. Sorry. No, my righteousness is not in how I perceive the earth. It's my righteousness is in Christ, right? So
I'm not
there's a
saying
lot
that.
of people in the church. Hold on. There's a lot of people in the church that don't know that it's flat. Even when you brought to them, they reject it. That is an internal struggle going on there, and that's something they're going to have to work out. But you can't just deem them unrighteous.
I didn't do that. You just did. And you're saying that I'm
You
calling
said
them
they don't
unrighteous.
believe in unrighteousness. You're the one who said
No.
it.
Well,
They
no, that's
deny the
because it's
truth and unrighteousness.
all right.
I'm
Well,
only
here.
repeating what you said.
Okay, let me just repeat what the scripture says, and just doing this so it's clear of
Yeah,
what I'm
because you're
talking.
using that scripture that does not pertain to flat earth. That's totally pertaining to something else. You're taking it out of context.
No, it pertains to creation. Is creation flat earth or not?
That's the existence of God. He said you could see a tree and know that there's a creator.
Yes, and you can see all of
But that
creation.
has nothing to do with flat. Are you kidding
Oh,
me?
it has to do with creation. I'm not talking about. We're talking. We're talking about people who know the truth in their hearts, yet still reject the truth. Are there people like that, Neil?
Of course there is.
Okay, my point is that those are the only two camps. This is the true dichotomy. You either look at what is true and accept it, or you look at what is true and for whatever reason reject it. That's what atheists do. That's what globers do. That's what people who deny that anything that is true. Okay, that's it. They deny what is true. When someone says, oh, that's level, and the other person says, no, that's really curving around a planet, they're freaking denying what is true, and they're turning around what is true into something that is not true. So, not level then, right? Oh, no, well, no, it's
Yeah,
level because it's
you're
perfect.
bringing it to level earth. Suppressing the truth and unrighteousness is a phrase from Romans 1:18 in the Bible, describing the active, deliberate resistance of humanity against the knowledge of God. It means using a wicked or unrighteous behavior to hold down or silence the inherent truth of God's existence and moral standards evident in creation, leaving humanity without excuse before God's judgment.
That was lovely. Where'd you read that from?
Yes, I don't know, man. I don't know what this is, but that's it. It's God's creation. Now we happen to recognize that it's flat, but before any of us recognized it was flat, we all thought we lived on a globe. All right,
Yes,
and there's still
until
people, Surf Daddy, that are in the Church of God that are wonderful people that still think they live on a water ball. Right? And I do not think they're holding the truth and unrighteousness. I don't think the pastor's there, even when they use heliocentric nonsense to display God's power. I do not think they're evil people doing it in unrighteousness. They're doing it in ignorance.
okay, they're still wrong, right?
Of course, because the Bible's clear, but it wasn't until somebody took me to Genesis and showed me. And you're looking at words, and a lot of things have changed. Whoever changed circle to sphere or whatever they did, firmament, these are things that we know because we came to flat Earth and we started getting into the topic. So we gained a greater knowledge in these things. Now, my only beef is when it's brought to the Christian and they don't want to look at it. They don't want to resist it. That's the problem I have. But,
And that's
until it's
exactly
brought
the
to
problem.
them, you can't hold them in unrighteousness.
Okay, you're hooked on unrighteousness part. I totally agreed with what you just said. I've got a problem with Christians, good Christians, and I don't think any of us are that good. No man is good. No, not one.
You know what I mean by good Christian. I don't mean nobody.
I know.
I understand. I know that.
I know,
Let's
and you
stop
know.
going to the obvious things. There's none good, no, not one. Yes, because we're
Okay.
all flesh.
And you know what I mean. So why the pushback? And that I agree. I'm just said I agree.
She said there's none good. I'm talking
Yeah.
about Christian people, missionaries that go out and sacrifice their lives to bring the gospel into remote areas. Go look at some of the historical ones that were killed. And then their relatives went back to the exact same spot and that whole town's Christian. There's many stories like that. They thought they were on a ball too.
Yes. So we're talking about the overall big picture of just recognizing that when someone is pushing back on what is true, it's really no different than an atheist pushing back on the truth that God is exists.
I'm not going through this again. Forget it. I agree.
Man, that's just it. That's all.
I agree with the sentiment of the current discussion.
Has anybody heard from Refractive?
No. What are we doing today? Any idea?
Same as yesterday. We're going to take over the world. What cartoon was that? Pinky and the Brain.
Yes.
We're going to change the world with the flat earth doctrine, Nathan.
So what needs changing exactly?
We're going to change the world. We're going to be the leaders of the flat Earth movement.
I wasn't joking. I mean, what needs changing? What
Big
needs to change
responsibility.
precisely?
People's well, tell us, Surf Daddy, their hearts need to be converted, right? Because they're holding the truth in unrighteousness.
That's exactly why we can't change the world, and it's not our responsibility. God's already
Oh
put
no,
it.
it's our responsibility. We
No.
must change the world.
And we can only do that by spreading the word, using truth, and allowing people to either accept or reject that truth.
World without end, amen.
I won't use the word unrighteousness. It just means belligerently, or just means purposefully. And they're not being righteous. They're not being truthful with themselves when they see the truth and then reject it. It has nothing to do with whether they're a Christian or whether they're a missionary or whether.
Well, that's their own intellect getting in the way. That's what that is.
Right.
That's pride and intellect.
Right. And that doesn't come from God. God gives the truth to everybody. We all know that murder is wrong. Why do we know that? Because we weren't taught it. We weren't indoctrinated into it. We didn't read a paper on it. All right. We know
the laws in our heart and our mind. That's how we know. Instead of on a tablet, he put them on the hearts and minds of men.
Right. So that no one would be with an excuse. If someone is with an excuse, oh, I didn't know that you were the real God, then, then judgment is evil. But if God puts the truth in us just enough so that we know he is the judge, then there's no excuse. All right? That concept is the same thing that we're dealing with when people reject what is true. Level's level. We'll just keep it at the very base. Level is level. And when they say that no, level isn't level, it's perpendicular or parallel to gravity on the curve of the earth, you look at them and say that so level's not level then. They flip out. They're flipping out because of the cognitive dissonance for what they know is true, and they know that they're rejecting it. That's it. And when you deal with people like that, you just need to know that for whatever reason, whether they're Christian or not, or whether they're atheist or not, or whatever, for whatever reason, they are rejecting what is true. And you just have to move on, which is what we're doing. I'm really not stating anything of like how we should do something different or whatever. I'm just saying.
When I was talking to the guy at work, and I was holding it elsewhere. Right? Now that's on him. He's working. We talked about measurement. Don't tell me one of them flat earthers. I said, I'm not saying I'm anything. I'm just telling you how it's measured. And you should know that because you work with tools. You know what a measurement is. And, but as far as him, he's, if he denied it, I don't think he denied it in a way where he knows it, but now he's going to deny it anyway. I just think they suffer from what they were taught, what they were taught in school. You're talking about a guy that just comes on the scene, right? I'm working with him, and I just say something to him again at the flat earth. So now you're dealing with how many years? 14, 15 years of schooling? 15 years of indoctrination, right? Commercials, movies, radio shows bombarded with spherical Earth. This is what you're dealing with.
And how is that different? Now, this is the only point I'm making. How is that different than arguing, or not arguing, just talking with somebody about God? They were raised atheists. Their parents were Satanists. They were tortured as children. They were taught in school that God doesn't exist. Blah, blah, blah. How do you know God? And then you're arguing with somebody who, because of Scripture, you know that they know God exists because they see reality. They see creation, right? And they have moral laws in their hearts. They know that murder's wrong and stuff like that.
Yeah, but they think nature created itself.
Okay, that's what they think. And so they argue from that position based on their upbringing.
Right, the Big Bang.
Sure.
Still indoctrinated by that today. That's still the story. It's not changed.
Oh, I was arguing
In mainstream science, so-called pseudoscience, it is the Big Bang.
And there are people who teach that God made creation through the Big Bang, and that the Earth and the universe is billions and billions and billions of years old. And they believe that, and they teach that as doctrine. Hugh Ross is the main one. Those are the people that I'm addressing on Facebook lately.
Yeah, because they're doing it in ignorance. That's the whole schooling system. If they would, it depends on how. Now, see, Ken Holvine, let's use him for an example. There's been people that brought it to him. Now, I don't know if it's measurements been brought to him. He rejects it. All right. He'll pull up scriptures and to show you that it's a sphere. The only two we could find, and those don't demonstrate that it's spherical, but those are the ones he'll use. God hangs the earth on nothing, and God sits above the circle of the earth. And that's it. You bring him to Joshua, right? With the sun standing still in the sky, and you do that to counteract heliocentrism, they deny that too.
Okay, how can you describe that other than denying the truth in unrighteousness? And he's a man of God, and I learned tons of stuff from him. All right, but now I can't even stand to listen to him because everything he's taught could be wrong. All right, because he's not relying on the absolute truth of the Word of God. He's relying on his own wisdom, the wisdom of men that are foolishness to God. Anything about dinosaurs he talks about, anything about the ark, everything about the flood. He's the one that's got the canopy theory that I believe.
Yeah, but that dinosaur thing, he got no validation for that.
No, he doesn't. But you can't tell him that. He'll argue about DNA, and he'll argue about Paleolithic blah 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 whatever nonsense till the cows come home. But boy, you tell him that Genesis day 2 is just true, and he'll balk because he knows where you're going. Oh, you're just a flat earther. Well, you just don't know what you're talking about. You're actually a heretic. Blah 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 blah. There can't. The firmament is true, is it or not? Oh well, no. The canopy theory. With the canopy went down, came down in the flood, and then the ice age. Blah blah blah. Right? You've heard him, and you probably can't stand to hear him. I can't stand. I listen to him on purpose just to hear what he's talking about.
Do you know refracted curvature sort of knows him, has a relative that goes to his, I guess, or part of his congregation?
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah. I think he had tried to reach out to get like a meetup with him. I don't know how that turned out. I should ask him when he comes back. But yeah, he has this direct relative that goes to his congregation.
He's actually a good example of the what's the sunken investment fallacy or whatever.
Well, he's a good example of a person with pride. He's full of pride that when new information comes to him that's not new, but it's new. You know what I'm trying to say? It's always been that way, but it's new information if he's never heard it before, and he'll just resist it. So those guys, the Danny Faulkners, that guy, I couldn't tell you. I mean, to me, it's like, dude, it's right there. And you're supposed to be a scholar in the Word of God. I never went to seminary. You know, I just did the research on my own. I bought books on my own when I got saved. Bible was the first one. Then I got cross-reference books of what the original words meant in Hebrew and Greek. And then, you know, I studied myself. So I don't know if it's that's holding them. I don't know. But they outright reject it. You can't even, I don't think the conversation will last 5 seconds with them. You know, as what do you call them? People that sow discord. You're sowing discord. Did I hear there's a poor showing in the Flipside server?
Good afternoon.
No,
I thought it looked like there was 6
half
or
a dozen
so.
people.
Did you say a couple of people on the Flipside server?
There's half a dozen people in. I don't know why you picked up on that one phraseology.
Oh, okay. Because couple is a poor showing. Couple to me is 2. If there's a half dozen, okay. The number's got to get up there.
I haven't got to do anything. I said this to you on a couple of shows ago. It's like there's no obligation for anybody to be here. All right. My how was I phrasing it back then? Oh yeah, being fickle. Yeah, I'm fickle. Easy come, easy go. Right. If nobody joined me, I'd still have a show. I could probably only squeeze 40 minutes tops out of a live show. But if it was the case that I ended up broadcasting to an audience with absolutely nobody in Discord or G+, I'd be all right. I can waffle away. No problem. It's much easier when you got somebody to bounce off.
Well, wasn't that like when you first started the show? Didn't you like turn on and nobody would be there?
Yeah, initially. I mean, what I'd do if you go back to Flat Earth Debate 1 is I'd come on camera. So back then I wasn't using anything anywhere near as complex as I am now with all sorts of audio cables that are routing things into different areas and back out again, and then little boxes of magic to stop things feeding back, and gates and compressors. And no, it was very basic. And I think the software was called Hangouts on Air. I think that was the name of it, or Google Hangouts, something like that. And yeah, I'd come on after starting the live stream and put the link to the actual show, which would be the equivalent of the G Plus panel that you're in now. It'd be me, instead of putting the link out to specific members of Master B in Skype or now Teams, I'd put that out to the public, because it was probably, you know, a very limited audience of maybe 1,000 subscribers, which meant that there might be a best 100 people that would float by, and you might get 1 or 2 of them watching, and then your chances of somebody actually joining were 10% less than that. So you've got, you know, a 0.1% chance of somebody being there immediately. And after about the 10th show or 20th show or however many, it'd be the case that I could generally pick up an audience, pick up a guest after 5-10 minutes of being live with nothing happening. But I just have to come on camera and go, if you want to join the show, there's a link right there. You just have to come on and fight for the ball or whatever it is. I can't remember how I'd encourage people back then. You know, I've evolved into having a sort of semi-scripted intro that stays pretty much the same each day now. But back then it was just, you know, join every 5 minutes when there was nobody to talk to. Still see that. People still start hangouts with no guests. And it might be the case that, you know, while I'm moaning that I'm heavily censored and hardly reach even my own subscriber base, let alone random strangers, at least I've got an audience of sorts. It might get worse for all I know, in which case it might be the case that I'm, you know, starting out again, even though it's plateaued in terms of the growth. Admittedly, I started going back up a little bit in the last 2 weeks because I'm doing more work on YouTube rather than writing books. But for the most part, while I was writing the book, it had kind of plateaued. But seemingly, I don't know if they've changed the way they statistically represent what's going on in the live streams, the actual live viewers seem to halve. And then when you see people like Watch Mojo or Pearl, which has been mentioned quite a few times recently, doing live streams, and they've got maybe 150 people in their live stream audience, like, that's very eyebrow raising, given that they've got a couple of million subscribers, or in the case of Watch Mojo, I think maybe 10 million subscribers. And you see their premiere and it comes out with 150 to 250 people watching, and you're like, I've had better numbers than that back in the day. But you just don't know how YouTube are representing the statistics or live view numbers. You don't know anything about it, right? They're not publishing this information. You just take it as read that that's the number of people who are watching live. But by contrast, when you see someone with lots of subs broadcasting live to 150 people, you're like, what's going on there? Surely you'd have 1,000 people watching. But obviously not.
Yeah, so I guess you've come a long way. So you started out just by yourself. So I should look at it like, hey, we got 6 people in freaking Discord and 6 people in G+. That's an even dozen. Whoop-de-doo. After 12 freaking years?
I mean, sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad. I compare it to how I describe our finances to my wife. Before I married her, I'm like, yeah, I might be right up here at the moment, driving around in a posh suit and in a nice car and with plenty of money to buy frivolous things with, many of which I've still got because I haven't been able to replace them. But I'm like, if you do marry me, there's a good chance that I'll go down here at some point, and we'll be struggling. I'm at the bottom of one of those waves at the moment. Hopefully things will turn around with the publication of a book on the horizon. So it's one of those. I see the same thing, strictly speaking, with YouTube stats being generally on the up and up. I mean, I've shown very similar growth throughout the entire time, and I don't see what I do now as really any different to when I had 500 subscribers, or 1,000 subscribers, or 5,000 subscribers, or 10,000 subscribers. You're like, what I actually do feels exactly the same. I've tried to increase the professionalism, I've tried to improve the audio quality and the visual quality, and I've tried to improve my editing capabilities. But overall, I'm doing the exact same thing now as I did 10 years ago when I transitioned into doing YouTube full time. And I tried to compare this a couple of days ago, and I was saying I see myself comparative to someone like Joe Rogan or Pearl. Again, I'll use her as the example as I did then, because we're doing the same exact thing. She sat in front of a computer with a camera, with a microphone, talking about, for her, it's people who are getting divorced and women who've hit the wall. For us, it's talking about measuring Earth flat and linear distances and perpendicular verticals. And, we're just talking about what we talk about, and we do our little reactions. We're doing the exact same thing. The number of people who are sat in the bar may alter, and you might start off in the bar with hardly anybody there when you do your first song. You might start strumming your guitar because you paid to start at 7 p.m. and by chance nobody's come in the bar. But there's a good chance that's why you're making noise with the door open to encourage people to come in. But at that point, when you're that musician on a stool with your guitar, you start your first song, you peer through the follow spot, and there's nobody there. You're like, yeah, but you're still doing it. And there's a good chance somebody walking past might hear your dulcet tones in the most sincere sense. I say it ironically when I'm doing the intro. That's a different story. Some people don't appreciate what I mean by dulcet tones. It's a kind of sarcastic term, right? Dulcet is a very old-fashioned terminology for saying something's beautiful in terms of its tonal quality, right? But when modern terminology uses that phrase, or when we as Brits specifically use that phrase, it's done in an ironic way that's saying, it's definitely not going to be sweet and soothing sounding. So when I'm introducing the dulcet tones of Discord and G+, what typically happens, right? We're arguing, we're, having a battle of wits, and that isn't necessarily, or more often than not, tonally nice. You know what I mean? So it's one of those interesting turns of phrases that I use. But in this particular instance, I am describing it in sincerity, right? In the old-fashioned sense, when you say your dulcet tones might flow through the metaphorical door of the pub in this example and entice people to come in and buy a couple of drinks. That's why you're being paid the 20 quid to sit on your stool and strum your guitar. Now, from those very meagre beginnings, there's plenty of musicians that have done that and then escalated their way to performing in front of tens of thousands of people. You know, that's how the arc goes. But in terms of what the person's doing, it's basically exactly the same. What's that ginger-haired guy that's very popular at the moment? He's selling out concerts, you know, with his effects pedal and loops and doing songs that are identical to what he'd been doing when he was in the London Underground, doing the exact same thing with just a guitar and effects pedal, maybe a little speaker. You know, he's not doing anything different. And half the time, people think, just because you're in front of a stadium, that it's somehow a different job. And you're like, no, it's not. It's the same person singing the same songs with the same heartfelt nature behind them. So,
Are you a new guy?
Ed Sheeran, you're on about.
Ed Sheeran, exactly,
I was
yes.
going to say that. That's why I asked if he's new. Because Ed Sheeran is the only ginger I know.
If you watch Ed Sheeran, right, he's got a pedal box and a PA and a guitar and a mic, and that's about it. You know, in terms of profitability, I would imagine, given he's not... I mean, I've seen people like Björk perform with a full orchestra and full pyrotechnics display. And you're like... I mean, don't get me wrong, you're like, that's impressive. But you then go, that must have cost a sweet fortune to have that entire orchestra on stage. You're paying for their entire day to be at this concert, you know, so they're going to be hella expensive. And for one performance that might be done multiple times, you probably got to set off 10 grand's worth of, probably more, you know, of pyrotechnics on the stage. And you're like, don't get me wrong, it looked amazing. But then you contrast that with someone like Ed Sheeran, excuse me, he's just raw talent. He's not relying on any orchestra. He's not even got a band. It's him, an effects box and a PA. And you're like, no expensive outgoings for orchestras or pyrotechnics or lighting, or you don't need any of it. It's just him, you know. Cool.
Same thing with Eddie Van Halen. Everybody was surprised, like when a guitarist would come in, where's your effects? He's like, no, I just plug right into the amp. Just plugs in. No effects whatsoever. Just the guitar and the amp.
Exactly. You know, sometimes people are chasing something that's magical about performance, and they've watched an actor, a singer, a dancer do something, and they're like, well, there's some magic to it. You know, and you're like, no, it's just doing that thing, doing that dance, performing that piece, being that character. I can't remember who I was watching recently, and the director was kind of saying, I only really have two stipulations for actors. One, they show up, and he didn't say it in that terminology. He's like, they need to be on time and punctual, and, you know, he's a bit more diplomatic about it. But they need to show up, and they need to be in character. So what's the director essentially saying is, don't turn up late and annoy everybody, because it's costing everybody money to be doing this process. So you, as the performer, being late is a big no-no. So just turn up on time, basic stuff. And when you are here, be the character that you're paid to be. Just say the words from the script when you're asked to. And generally speaking, if a camera's pointing at you, be the character while you're being filmed. That's it. It's fairly basic. You think, well, that seems obvious. You're talking about acting, yeah? Yeah. It seems really obvious. But then when you hear stories of people like Axl Rose, you know, and they're mucking around, they're turning up late, they're keeping the audience waiting, then they're not doing their performance, they're moaning about something. You're like, so you're breaking rule 1 and rule 2. You're not managing to turn up on time, and you're not managing, just open your gob in front of the mic. That's it. That's all you've got to do. But some people just don't understand and appreciate that that's what you've got, just doing the do. Now you're like, well, have you done the do? You're like, yeah, of course. Go and look at the 2,500 flat Earth debate shows that run daily. You know, that's doing it. But some people think there's some magic to it, and you're like, nah. If you like doing what you do, maybe you hope somebody will appreciate it and watch. In the case of this, it's a performance. What we're doing now, you included on the panel, are producing material to entertain an audience, the YouTube audience, right? That's the only purpose. Go on, somebody open their line. I saw the line open.
I think it was Sean Penn. Like he would not. He wanted everybody to refer to him as Spicoli while he was on the set in Fast Times at Ridgemont High, and they thought he was a nut job. And look, he turned out to be freaking a great actor. Nobody saw that coming, right?
Okay,
But
what you're
he
talking about is method
remained
acting.
in character.
Okay, let me just break that down. So what you're talking about is taking that rule 2 to an extreme that it might be necessary, but it can become irritating or get you fired. So I can't remember the guy who was in Fly 2, originally played Marty in Back to the Future. I can't remember the guy's name. What's he called? My wife's crawling around on the floor. What's he called?
Michael J. Fox.
No, not Michael J. Fox. The guy who Michael J. Fox replaced. Oh, yeah, there you go. It's trivia girl.
Eric Stoltz.
Stoltz, that's it. Eric Stoltz is a method actor. So he became Marty McFly on set and just irritated everybody, right? And eventually he got fired. So being in character the whole time, becoming Marty McFly, didn't serve Eric Stoltz particularly well. Because, yes, you can adhere to that idea that you just become the character. But, you know, there's method and there's method. There's certain people who'll go out and they'll learn what it is to be the character. Again, I can't remember the story to specifically name this particular character actor, but they'd just gone out and studied what it was like to experience a heart attack. And when they came to do their piece, they were grabbing their stomach, and the director's like, shouldn't you be grabbing your arm or your chest if you're having a heart attack? And the guy was like, well, actually, no. I went and interviewed a load of people about it. In other words, he snapped out a character to explain to the director why he's doing what he's doing. He's not, you've got to call me Marty. It's just for the moment that he's got to interact with the director, explaining his methodology for the acting that he's doing, because he's being asked by the director. It's not like it's going to make it to the final cut. The director's talking, right? But he's finding out from this actor that he's done his research about the particular instance, in this case, a heart attack, and grabbing his stomach was the appropriate thing to do, so that's what he did. But while the cameras are rolling, it doesn't mean that you've got to suddenly become a dick. I can't remember the other guy that played the Joker in the one with Will Smith that did very badly. I can't remember the names of these films. Nevertheless, there's another character actor that just annoyed everybody and ended up doing stupid shit like posting people pig intestines because he was playing the character of the Joker. Like, you're just going to piss off everybody else in the cast because you've taken that rule 2 to the absolute extreme. You know, now, for certain people who aren't in a scripted acting scenario, they're just performing to camera like I am now. It's no different to Joe Rogan, Pearl, any other YouTuber who's doing similar stuff, reaction videos. You're still performing to camera, but you haven't got to stay in a particular character. Now, there's going to be certain people who will lean more into their persona, like Alex Jones did it. I vaguely remember him getting sued and saying, well, no, Alex Jones that you see on camera is an actor. It's a performance, right? That's not me. That's my persona. And you're like, well, you can get away with that because it's legitimately true. This now, if you were here and the cameras weren't rolling, I probably wouldn't be sat as upright. I wouldn't have straightened my shirt. I might have a bit of food on the side of my... You know what I mean? It's different. You've got a different persona and personality in person than you do on camera. But for an actor, you just have to be able to perform when the director says go and be in character until he says stop. And that's it. You don't have to continually to be the character once the cameras have stopped rolling. And likewise, if you're on a stage, you don't go into the wings and carry on being the character. You don't need to. No one sees you. But if you're literally at the wings, you know, about to approach the stage because you're coming on in a moment, yeah, absolutely. As soon as there's an even remotest chance that you might be visible because someone's got an angle through one of the wings, you want to see that person and go, oh, it is still the character, instead of him picking his nose and having a cigarette before he goes on and stubbing it out and then being in character, because, like I say, it ruins the suspension of disbelief for that particular person. But you don't have to be method. Method is just a well-researched actor if it's done properly. But some people misinterpret it and think that that means they've got to stay in character the entire time, which is utterly ludicrous. You know, why would you want to do that? You know, you don't want to become the taxi driver just because you're playing a taxi driver, but you might want to go out and talk to taxi drivers and experience what it is to be a taxi driver so you can play one well.
shout out to Fisherman in the Box who's in the chat. Why don't you come in and join us, Fisherman?
Yeah, I don't think we've ever had him on. I'm sure he will. It's an open door policy.
Yeah, he's come on. Him and Jin were going at it
Oh,
one
yeah,
time.
I remember.
Don't you
He
remember?
has been on. Yes, you're right. I do remember now. Take it back. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of personas out there. The most dangerous personas are the ones that people don't realise that they're actually conveying, because it's a mask that they've used to delude themselves. We do get that a lot in this particular arena, or the arena we're walking away from presently. You know, the persona of somebody who's lying to themselves and then creates a character to try and, you know, persecute those who brace against their own cognitive dissonance, because they don't realise it is just their own cognitive dissonance that's led them to create a persona or character to put in front of the camera and talk to the audience to seek confirmation bias. Now, when you see that, it's kind of a bit sad. You know what I mean? It's like, I'm sure if you ask that person, they'd say, oh no, this is definitely just me and how I behave. That's to say they'd lie. Where in reality it's them trying to convince themselves of the persona that they've created in order to seek affirmation from an audience that will confirm, in their hope, their belief, in this case in sphericity to the surface we measure flat.
So Fisherman's in the house. How's it going? I don't see no more videos by you.
It is fishing time in Fisherman in a Box land. And then it's selling watermelons on the side of the road for 3 months. And then towards the fall, I'll go back and bring the channel back active again. But boy, you boys talking show business today. I've been a little, what's the word? Reminisce and not attending. I've been busy. This is a busy time for me. But you're talking show business. That's my wheelhouse. So I was enjoying the conversation. I know Nathan and a ton of other guys here in the Discord also have some theatrical background. So I'm all ears this morning, fellas. All ears.
Speaking of backgrounds, I've watched a dozen, probably more, of your shows, and you sometimes talk to somebody who's kind of, I thought, off camera or in the background, and then about, I don't know, when the last video you put out came out, it dawned on me when I actually looked that there's a stuffed moose behind you that you're actually referring to, right?
Yeah, there's a stuffed moose that doesn't talk. There are fish on the wall, mounted fish that I've caught and had mounted, and then there's a cookie jar named Margaret, and from time who does all my audio. So when it comes to displacing reality and jumping into the land of NASA and wild imaginations and vain imaginations, yeah, for conversational purposes, for theatrical purposes, you got to have somebody to play off it. You have to. I mean, unless you're an outstanding, but even an individual like a stand-up comedian, he has the audience is his interactive element. If the audience is bad, he's going to be bad. If the audience is good, he's going to be good. So yeah, I throw up some theatrical props and ask people to suspend their sense of reality, but very quickly we bring them back into the loop of not talking nonsense, but true realities. But and thanks
And
for
the whole time I thought you were talking to your wife.
Well, that's what I thought.
Well, fellas, it worked. That's the definition of a good actor.
Yeah, well, it's the cookie jar the whole time. So it's mainly Margaret. I thought Margaret was the wife. Now I find out it's a freaking cookie jar.
Yeah, it's just a cookie jar, and on the front of it, she has a real disgruntled look on her puss, her ceramic puss, and a little sign that says, "Oh, you again." So yeah, it's every time I saw that cookie jar, it made me laugh, and I thought, well, I'm not going to throw a library of books behind me. I want to throw the fish on the wall, and I'm in Minnesota, so a moose seemed appropriate. And that silly cookie jar, but collectively we certainly can attack the truth through an element of either entertainment or what we call joy of the Lord. Nobody laughs anymore. I mean, that's amazing to me. Nobody laughs.
Oh, they do.
Nobody just sits down and has a conversation and laughs. Nobody laughs together. I miss that.
Oh, we do. We have a laugh here, I would say. I mean, often in the after shows, when this bit is over and I'm not too concerned about communicating to the live audience, then yeah, we'll have a laugh. Most of the time, I'm trying to condense the subject matter into the live show. But you've got a circus background, so entertaining people is definitely in your wheelhouse. But comedy is right up there. It's above acting, in my humble opinion, right? Being a good actor, you can do research, you can do that, but there's a certain chemical that you're trying to induce from somebody with comedy that you can either achieve or not, and it is dependent on the crowd. That is to say, you could have one comedian do the same set to two different crowds on two different nights and get a totally different reaction. Whereas with a performer, if they've done a reasonable job, even if they've been fed a couple of lines that have dropped from, in the wings, they're still going to generally get a kind of a medium reaction throughout every performance. Not so with comedy. You've got to pick up on the vibes and react to them, and you can fall on your ass. The amount of comedians that talk about bombing on a certain night, or they didn't pull it off that night, and you're like, well, you've got your scripted gags, right? You're like, yeah, but telling a joke isn't just having lines that you can repeat. That's why often someone will give you a joke that was, met with guffaws of laughter when the comedian told it, but when they deliver it, for some reason, nobody even laughs. You're like, yeah, that's comedy for you. Very, very, very difficult. I would say the most difficult job in any showbiz scenario would be a comedian, in my humble opinion.
Yeah, we got a comedian one deck had me in stitches yesterday when he did that little mock laugh, because he did it out of nowhere and I wasn't expecting it. I was cracking up.
I'll be honest, when that happened, we were listening, and my daughter's listening and playing on a computer, because the show had all been finished and it had all been wrapped up. And then one deck made an impersonation of Flatsy Klein, a previous participant of the show, and just got a laugh off, and he just did it spontaneously. And I turned to my daughter and I went, I'm gonna trim this out, publish it. And she looked at me.
Was hysterical.
It was funny, but I decided to literally trim that bit down and actually publish it. So yeah, that was the moment that I'm like, I'm gonna have that. That was really funny. Anyway, I'm just going to do a quick shout out for Fisherman in the Box. So if you're watching live, or indeed if you're watching after the fact, you can just go to the live stream replay. But there is a link going by, which has been very kindly posted from Divergent Droid to Fisherman in a Box. So check him out if you want to see what we're talking about and figure out who the moose is and who the cookie jar Margaret is. And, it's excellent entertainment. I really enjoy watching Fisherman in a Box's show, and I'm talking about him in the third person he sat here. But yeah, I really enjoy your show. It's excellent, and I'll typically tune in if it does get presented to me by YouTube.
Well, thank you very much, Nathan. And I made the mistake of saying all instead of most. People don't laugh anymore. This is one of the strong appeals of your channel here, is the ability to dance between serious topics and comedy and creative inputs, that so you don't get stagnated into just doing one particular thing all the time, i.e. Simon Dan, i.e. Professor Dave, i.e. any of these other knob gobblers that are out there. They sit structured in one position only. Here you have an opportunity, like this morning. I mean, we haven't even brought up heliocentrism. You're talking about show business and what makes things work on stage and film, and what doesn't, and how important a script is, and how important an audience is, and how important a performer is, how he physically feels before going on stage. That has a lot to do with it too. So your channel encompasses all of those elements. And that's why it's, YouTube is just, as I whittled down in March, like I like to do a couple lives in April only because it's so fun. But YouTube took away so many numbers of mine, and I could literally watch the view counts disappear after I posted something that I knew was going to be good. Heavily heavily flat Earth, and I knew it was going to be good because that's my crowd. That's my crowd. And I would watch the views click, 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 click up, and then they would click back down, and then they'd get set at one place, and they wouldn't move for 24 hours. And then in 24 hours, if I'd get 100 views, it would be a miracle. It would be a miracle. So, these are the powers and principalities that we struggle against. It's nothing that you and I can control. But you just got to keep the fight going on. That's.
Well, that's where I disagree. So the fight has kind of come to a conclusion in the regards that while I'm talking about how a persona can disseminate information about heliocentrism, as you said, we haven't mentioned it, that same personality creates the impression that there is a debate when it comes to heliocentrism. Whereas in reality, if you're out doing anything in practical application with Earth and its surface, it's always going to be measured flat and dealt with flat anyway. Now, that can also simultaneously exist with somebody who's maintaining a sphere belief. Unconsciously, that is to say, when it comes up separately, they'll immediately nod along when you say, oh, well, we're on a ball flying around a sun in a sky vacuum. They'll nod along in spite of the fact that that day they may have put into practical application Earth and its flat measurements. So there's a separation between the entertainment of globe Earth versus anti-globe Earth, and it's kept separate from geography. Now, we, as a collective group, have started to distance ourselves from the so-called debate, because what are we in that regard? Well, we're forming part of a controlled narrative as an opposition, as conspiratards, to the people who sniff their own farts and tell themselves that it's important to appreciate how there's rockets going out to sky vacuums that don't really exist, and that the world's got a curved surface that we're all actually measuring flat. Those people have invested a value that the general public didn't want to invest in. So they're there as the ambassadors for heliocentrism and set in opposition to so-called flat earthers, but for entertainment only. Separate to that entire rigmarole, people just measure it flat anyway. They map it flat, they chart it flat, they build on it flat, they fly over it flat, they sail on it flat. So who cares what the entertainment industry does when you say we're fighting against the principalities, or however you just phrased it? I agree, but over in this section where it's actually only really entertainment anyway, to bring us back to why me talking about personas is important, the so-called subject matter can vary massively. If you're someone like Joe Rogan, you've got a huge variation of different things to offer up as subject matters that ultimately he probably doesn't give a toss about once the show's ended. And when you think about flat Earth in terms of how it's been positioned, the only people that are being converted are people who are inconsequential when it comes to Earth's flat measurements. And even the people who are measuring it are inconsequential to the axioms of things like how a mile functions when describing Earth horizontally for a measurement to even exist. So you don't need the geographers, you don't need the people in the circus. That's us. It's separate. So, I don't know, at the moment, we're having people get a bit frustrated with us, or me more specifically. I like to widen it out when I'm at blame. Because we're saying, well, you're conspiratards, and that's why you've been given the subject of Flat Earth to fight against the fart-sniffing dweebs with Batman T-shirts, because you can seem inferior with your conspiratorial ways that people can, or the general public can roll their eyes at, and see that some dweeb has invested in something that they found tedious. That's heliocentrism. But like I say, it's all over here in the entertainment category. Sod all to do with the geography category, because both sides will require those axioms of sea level, flight level, eye level, perpendicularity to hold true anyway. They must. That's how we actually do measure Earth.
Well, let me help Fisherman out real quick. When he said principalities, he's speaking from the scriptures, where it says, we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places. That's who he's referring to.
Amen. And I couldn't agree with you more, Nathan, and thank you there, Neil. The debate has been over for a long time. I think by your metric, a couple of years, since 2024, there is no debate anymore. I agree. And the entertainment does lie in the fact that people are staunch in their beliefs or their, I guess, presumed knowledge on the globe side, but what we know to be true because it's just simply measured that way. You cannot get away from that ever, ever. You can never get away from a measurement. And if everything is linear, and I gotta thank you, Nathan, and your panel there too, because you just belabored that point to no end. When you would leave me comments on my channel, the comment would be, it's measured flat. It's measured flat. And I'd think, wait a minute, I just did I did a 60 minutes on this thing and all he's got is it's measured flat. Well, guess what? Now, when I go into the public or the social forums to discuss or debate, for choice of a better term, or lack of a better term, this topic, that's what I lead with. It's measured flat. Now, if you're implementing trigonometry or geometry or geography or height elevations or altitudes or flight or navigation or mapping or any of those things, you cannot get away from the flatness of the measurement. You can't. So these what used to be long threads on either Facebook or in a forum like this chat room or a live presentation, it ends very quickly. It ends very quickly as soon as the measurement is taken, and it's just the way it's done. So kudos to you and thank you for reinforcing that point.
Well, that point was met with criticism in and of itself. So when you say it ends quickly, yeah, you're absolutely correct. If both sides must utilise flat Earth prerequisites, sea level, altitude measurements perpendicular to sea level, eye level to derive dip angle measurements to an alleged geometric sphere edge horizon at a flat Earth measured distance, all of these prerequisites must be accepted by both sides, but then simultaneously ignored as being flat Earth prerequisites. So in other words, both globe believers and people bracing against the globe, called flat earthers in name only, will use, for example, miles. Now, so long as both sides can ignore how miles function, the debate can take place. That is to say, you can have an anti-flat earther telling a so-called flat earther how we do have a distance, that's a flat earth prerequisite, to a geometric horizon derived from calculating your perpendicular height off sea level, a flat earth prerequisite again, and deriving a parallel eye level, another flat earth prerequisite, into a dip measurement to a geometric horizon that will be expressed in horizontal linear miles again. So with all of these flat earth prerequisites ignored, we can have the discussion about where the geometric horizon should or shouldn't be. That's we see too far arguments. But then when someone like myself or yourself or anybody who watches this show for that matter comes along and goes, well, hang on, that distance that you've got measured there, that's flat. It's miles. It can only be flat. It's axiomatically required to be. Now, you might end up in a state where somebody denies the principle of what a mile is when applied to a measurement of Earth's surface horizontally in a linear fashion because they don't want to accept what a mile is. Well, those people aside, the delusional, you've got a situation where both sides require Earth to be measured flat to carry on the discussion. If you're going to derive, for example, 8 inches per mile squared, you've got to have a mile flat and linear and horizontal to derive it from. So you can't deny it regardless of which side you fence. You're going to pretend there's an argument to have. Now, that draws an immediate close to the discussion. So we must both accept that Earth's measured flat then. Okay, so it's measured flat. Well, the criticism comes from the people on our own. It came from our own side, from flat earthers, so-called, because they were like, well, you're just ending the argument. And we want to have the argument. What are you?
Exactly.
Some sort of silver bullet owning monster that wants to end the argument that we want to have? However, will we be able to lord it over the idiots that we're arguing with about how intellectually superior we are if you end the argument immediately? That's the criticism we got.
That's true. And now we've dipped into the theater of the absurd. And I mean, that's a legitimate form of theater, which is the theater of the absurd, where you see things that make absolutely no sense whatsoever, and the entertainment value of it is completely absurd. Absurd. I guess, I'm an old guy. I grew up with this I was 12 years old when they did that moon nonsense of Apollo. And that was another thing with the spring, too, with all of this Artemis talk. And I could end the Artemis outer space debate without any of the other, you're not getting out of the Rakia. You're not getting out. This is enclosed. You're not getting out. But with the simple, fundamental, basic notion that defecating and urinating, is not only impractical, it's illogical, and it's non-functioning as well. You cannot do what they say they're doing in a land that doesn't exist. That, to me, is the theater of the absurd. Now, there's a general consensus, and the overwhelming masses of this realm think that people are flying around the moon in 10 days and everything's copacetic and coming back down and everybody's healthy and happy and going on all these press junkets. And, oh, my God, aren't they wonderful? And they're taking pictures with politicians and, oh, this is the greatest thing. To me, I just sit back and go, this is completely absurd. It'd be like watching, what's that Japanese theater called? That white-faced theater that was then you throw in a little blue velvet and some Stephen King on top of it too, and before you know it, you're just going, "What am I watching?" It's crazy.
The thing is, though, keeping all that going, all that palaver of outer space and flying around the moon, keeps the globe alive for the population who believe that they're on a globe. It just knits it together even more for the globe believers.
Yeah, like with most things, once it comes back to the actual measurements, you've got a trajectory for a rocket launch, all described with the same axiomatic principles of flat Earth, linear distance, and altitude from sea level. So anything that's describing a fantasy world, sky vacuum based or otherwise, will ultimately fall back on a prerequisite requirement to measure Earth flat for distances and altitudes. So this particular ballistic trajectory of a rocket will ultimately rely upon measurements of Earth with a flat surface to describe it. You can't deviate from a horizontal plane of reference for a trajectory if you're describing anything other than flat. That's what it is. Again, it feels redundant to say some of these things because it just feels like you're repeating the same thing when you say, well, how can you measure a horizontal plane of reference or perpendicular altitude for rockets if you're not adhering to perpendicular altitude and horizontality in the form of sea level? It's just saying the same thing but reversing the order with the exact same words. I think it's called a modus ponens. But it does kind of feel redundant. You don't need to reiterate how horizontal and linear a mile is. That's what a mile is. To say a horizontal linear mile, well, that's what a mile is, that's redundant, is flat. That's redundant again. It just seems nonsensical now that we can see the matrix code because it's all flat and that's how principally it was used. And because this is what's been taken advantage of, it goes without saying that a mile has axiomatic flat principles attached to it. It doesn't get said and can be ignored or whistle past when put into debate. Hang on, a lot of your values, if you're going to adhere to a world of heliocentricity, is going to infer that you've made measurements that utilize principles like miles. Now, those are just flat in principle. But so long as nobody says it because it goes without saying, everyone can ignore how flat they are? Well, yeah, until a couple of years ago, when we, as far as I know, uniquely started pointing out, well, any of this discussion relies on all of us just accepting that we're going to measure Earth flat to start with, right? And everyone goes, yeah. Okay, so we've measured Earth flat. No! Just because we measure Earth flat to later infer sphericity doesn't mean Earth is flat. We'll take the measurements of a flat Earth, calculate into existence sphericity, ignore the measurements we initially made to calculate into existence sphericity, and then say the measurements we base the sphericity on are impossible. So we'll measure Earth flat, create a ball, and say it can't be flat. You're like, that's ludicrous when you actually break it down. But that's what's happened. It goes without saying that altitude is perpendicular to a plane of reference. It goes without saying that a mile is flat and linear horizontal when describing distances, for mapping, surveying, flying, sailing, charting the territory, is a flat Earth prerequisite. So because nobody until now is saying it, and even me when I say it, it feels kind of redundant, you can whistle past it. It's amazing how the entertainment of bull versus I think it's not a bull because I've been called a flat earther can take place only if everyone ignores all prerequisites of Earth's actual measurement as a flat plane.
And there is your rock in a hard place right there. You can't, they're stuck. And that's why, I don't know who chimed in earlier about keeping outer space alive. That is the only reason we get this just massive outpour of outer space and aliens and disclosure and all this. That's the only reason, just to keep the notion, the imagined perception alive. That's it, because it's not done with any science. It's not done with any measurements. It's not done.
Oh, that's
I'm
not
finding
true
out too. I'm finding out too that they don't understand their own model.
You said it's not done with any measurements. That's not correct. So if you're going to describe, I've already given you a couple, altitude and distance for the trajectory initially of a rocket launch. That obviously requires flat Earth measurements of distance and altitude. But further to that, if you take it from the transitional point, from what you can have on the ground actually visually represented to somebody with a set of eyeballs to watch it, that will require what would be accurately termed as ballistic trajectories. Well, those are flat. But beyond that, you've then got orbital motion. Well, you can base an inference of having heliocentric orbital motions. That's to say that you're going to suggest that you're going to traverse around the moon in an orbit. Well, orbits also require flat Earth prerequisites to be measured in order to derive the sphericity and orbital motion through Kepler and, for scale, Huygens. So when you talk about the distance, oh, right, they're going around the moon in a sky vacuum. How far is that then? Well, that's a measurement-based assertion when they give you a distance. Well, distance in and of itself is linear if you're ascribing it to Earth's territory. But if you're going to apply it in an orbital motion, it also requires you derive orbital values by way of radius, superimposed on Venus for scale by Huygens. But in terms of Kepler's orbital mechanics, you also require you derive initial sphericity to put in motion. Well, that requires you measure radial values from a flat plane. The starting point for their inferred sphericity for a journey in an orbital motion also requires flat Earth prerequisite measurements of the surface, in this case elevation angles, to derive radial values. So you're measuring elevation angles of the Sun and Polaris and getting coincident points and having them match at a certain day to give you a value for a radius at their equator. Now, in terms of what they're deriving on a specific day from the Sun and Polaris, you've got an area of equal elevation and a circle of equal altitude, right? It's the minimum elevation angle to Polaris if you're going to use those, use the single star example to keep it simple. But once you've derived a distance, minus from 90 times by 60 to give you the distance by way of a calculation based on a flat Earth elevation angle measurement. Only then can you take the radial value, make it spherical, and put it in motion around the Sun. Ergo, if you suggest that you do have measurements for a journey through a sky vacuum in violation of the second law of thermodynamics, of course, gas would fill the space if the sky was a vacuum, but notwithstanding the violation of the second law, the measurements that would be utilised to infer that there is a journey capable of taking place are also derived from flat Earth prerequisites and actual measurements from the surface level, in this case elevation angles. So there are measurements for orbital motion. They're flat too. I'll just say this one statement to round out. Whatever measurement you can ever infer, so in this case we're talking about orbits, it will always have its genesis in a flat Earth measurement. I'll just say that once more. Any inferred Earth measurement, any, will always have its genesis in a flat Earth prerequisite measurement of the surface level. There are absolutely no exceptions to that stone-cold fact. All of the axioms themselves, in and of themselves, like miles, are axiomatically flat also. But when put into practical application, To derive sphericity or otherwise, in this case orbital motion, you require Earth be measured flat.
That's correct.
And I stand corrected.
That's why we don't
Thank
have.
you, Nathan.
Go ahead.
There's always measurements, and they're always from a flat plane.
I was going to say that's why we don't have housekeeping questions anymore. We did have one, but now we changed it. It's not a housekeeping question. It's a statement of fact that Earth can only be measured flat. And that's it.
Which also makes the rock and a hard place example redundant, which is a shame because it's relatively new. But the rock and a hard place concept is to say, if you want to believe you're on a sphere, now that's where it becomes redundant, we'll come back to that, then you must first utilise flat Earth prerequisites, like I've just explained for orbital motion. If that's your example, if you want to believe in orbital motion, then you must accept that the way that you, not me, measured Earth to achieve said orbital motion was flat. Now, once you do that, then you're in the rock of understanding that Earth is measured flat. But then it makes redundant the original position that if you want to believe you're on a ball, well, no, you can't believe you're on a ball if your genesis of measurement is from a flat plane. You can't then experience anything beyond cognitive dissonance, bracing against that which is incongruent with the reality of the measurements your belief in a ball was based on. So there isn't really any hard place as such. There's only the rock of flat Earth measurements. And once you've got them, there is no taking flat Earth measurements, accepting that they're flat and then putting them into orbital motion. Like that mathematical extrapolation is out-of-the-box thinking that's beyond its base principle. That is to say, it violates its own axioms when you describe that the ground you've just measured flat. Curves? No. Now, if you look at orbital motion in terms of how they square that circle, they have the motion actually take place through the bifurcated sphere Earth on a flat planar trajectory, again, in a circular or elliptical motion called orbits. But you're not taking that description from anything that's capable of being measured from a curved surface. It's taking place at the mathematically derived equatorial plane at vernal equinox. So you've got the sun and the stars being utilised on a single day to create a system that can be inferred with a map painted on a glorified protractor. But the actual motion, if you look at any orbital motion, the line, the circle that's going around the sun, if this is the sun and this is the motion of a claim to be Earth, well, the Earth will have that line cut through the centre of the sphere because the actual mathematical path takes place from hell in their ball, at the molten iron core that's alleged to be, with you standing on a plane called the equatorial plane, as I say, derived at vernal equinox. Well, that means that you've only got, number one day that this maths actually works, but number two, for it to be inferred to be in any way capable of description in reality, you'd have to be standing in the middle of a ball, on a flat plane, of course, because that's how it's been derived, and inferring that there's a great big load of rock wrapped around you as you move around the sun. There's no derivation from a curved surface. So to not be in violation of their own principles, you're just describing this maths from hell in a ball, in the core, with a bifurcation of an orbital path that's flat anyway, derived from elevation angles at that equatorial plane because the equatorial plane's been created with flat Earth measurements. So it's a convoluted way to make the person who's uninitiated in the heliocentric assertion assume that the maths of movement around the sun takes place from a ball surface. Au contraire. No, it takes place in the ball on a flat plane. Now, you're not standing in a ball on a flat plane derived from flat Earth measurements of the sun and Polaris and the vernal equinox. It's just a mathematics that requires you be on a plane, in a ball, bifurcating an invented motion. So all of the roads that lead back to the origins of heliocentrism require flat Earth to derive them, but ultimately don't actually, in the case of orbits, extrapolate out into a curved surface that you'd be standing upon. No, you're never standing on a curved surface in orbital motion. You're in hell, in a ball that's bifurcating. The path of the orbit is bifurcating, with you essentially in a glorified protractor
By the way, there's a new book coming out called Measured Flat. All Roads Lead to Flat Earth by Nathan Oakley. That's going to clear a lot of things up.
Yeah, I do go into relative detail on that particular subject quite early on from memory. But yeah, that'll be out soon, hopefully in the next couple of weeks.
You know, to give credence to what Nathan just said too, there are all sorts of clues and hints and examples that you can see, especially in social media, in the world of meme making. Earth Day, I think, is April 22nd, and the heliocentrics like to take that day as look at it's a ball, it's an Earth, it's round, all that stuff. But time after time again, in many of their meme presentations, they'll cut that ball in half and have a picture of a family enjoying a family life, looking up at the skies and the sky and the trees from the equatorial plane. So they're standing, like you appropriately said, in hell, in the middle of an Earth, a ball Earth where nobody lives, nobody dwells. Everybody dwells on the flat, static, breadth realm that God made. But these memes, they take their ball, they cut it in half, then they show life as we see it on the flat plane. Then they say, "Oh, happy Earth Day, everybody! It's a ball." What? What? No. You can't use our stuff.
Yeah, what about sunshine? What about rain? What about all the things you said we were to gain?
Yeah, it's silliness, and like I say, now it's just slipped into the theater of the absurd. It's just absolutely absurd. So you, me, us, we all understand this concept of flatline linear measurements and the heights and altitudes and everything else. But when you jump into that heliocentric world and all the different laws, air quote laws that are required of non-Euclidean geometry, I keep hearing the words of Neil deGrasse Tyson over and over in my head. Well, you know, the non-Euclidean geometry that governs outer space that doesn't get taught until we get to a higher level of education, makes all of this juxtaposed into a position of relative importance in regards to space travel. What? You know, it doesn't take 5 minutes to go research what non-Euclidean geometry is, hyperbolic and spherical, and they contradict one another. One has to do with parallel lines. The other doesn't have to do with parallel lines or the intersection of those parallel lines in non-Euclidean geometry. And I heard this on your channel a year or two ago. There's only one geometry. That's it. There is no non-Euclidean geometry that exists in some land that doesn't exist, yet there they are, and there it is. And the folks just get a big bowl of stupid soup and just start lathering it into their pie holes. I don't know why they do that, but they do it. They do it. Not to mention that, what is that? 3 different geometries, at least 3 different geometries. And how many dimensions? Well, Einstein's is a 4th dimensional bending of time and space, 2 intangible items. What are you crazy people? No.
But in reality, there's only one geometry.
Amen.
I used to dream. I used to glance beyond the stars. Now I don't know where we are. Although I know we've drifted far.
Who's that?
Me? Can you not hear me?
Doesn't sound like you were a poet. I thought it was one deck.
No? Don't worry about
it. You're in a box, Nathan. That's why people always, when I named this channel Fisherman in a Box, people would say, well, you need to start thinking outside of the box. And I was like, yeah, okay. You realize that you're living in a box yet? Once you realize you're living in a box, metaphorically speaking, but geometrically speaking as well, you're not going anywhere. You're not going anywhere. You start thinking outside the box, you get yourself in trouble.
Seems that way, right?
Well, once again, we live in what I've come to find out is we live in a world of intellectual supremacists, smarty pants gangsters who it's I say relativism. Whatever I say is the truth. And that's a dangerous position to be in. And again, it comes back to, you have to base your realities or your moralities, your basic humanity on something. And for too many people to bought into this heliocentric, like Nathan has said, it's a religion. It's a one world religion of heliocentrism that you're taught that the earth spins and it flies around a ball, and that's it.
But did you
That's what you were taught.
Did you ever stop to notice all the blood we've shed before? Did you ever stop to notice this crying earth, these weeping shores?
All right. Is this a song?
Let him roll.
Serious.
He's rolling.
Did you ever stop to notice all the children dead from war? Did you ever stop to notice this crying earth, these weeping shores?
It's good. I like it. But is it a song or is this
Let him go. Carry on, my wayward son.
There's only one poet, and that's One Deck.
Well, I liked it.
Yeah, One Deck, I see you here, and me and Nathan, we were telling the fisherman in the box, because he was saying like nobody laughs anymore. I said, I don't know. One Deck had me in stitches yesterday. He went out of nowhere. He just did Flatsy Klein and before with that laugh.
Listen. I want Nathan to listen to this on his own. I've had myself in stitches. I've put a song together about what we were talking about yesterday about the misfit toys and things, and it just makes me absolutely. I can't stop laughing. You've got to listen to it. It's amazing.
Where have you put it?
Well, I've not put it anywhere at the moment. I wanted you to listen to it first, because just to see what you thought of it. I've done two versions. I've done one version, which I think is quite sort of like jolly, but that's the one you laugh at. And I've done like a grime version, which is like a bit of grime, a bit more like to the point. But they're both good. But the first one I did just makes you laugh.
Is it sea level? That what it's called?
Sorry?
Sea level.
No, that's not it.
That's my poem bag for your bits I did, but that is a good one though. But I've got a funny one, but maybe I'll let you listen to it later. I want you to listen to it before you play it.
Oh no, let's have a listen to the sea level one. We'll round out today's show with it.
I mean, everything that gets measured on this earth had to be developed around the fact that most of the earth is covered with flat level water. That's what we've had to work with from day one. And it's called sea level. Sorry, I mean sea level. Sea level. Sorry, I mean sea level. Sea level. Sorry, I mean sea level. Sea level. The average level base, just in case we need to measure above the surface of this place. Had put into place above and below the 0 degree base. Elevation now in place. Cartography, navigation, guiding the human race. Sea level, sorry I mean sea level. The standard basis for aviation, travel straight and level flight. That's right, referencing altitude day and night. Sea level, sorry I mean sea level. Sea level. Sorry, I mean sea level. Sea level. Sorry, I mean sea level. Sea level. Sorry, I mean sea level. Sea level. One continuous body of water seeking level throughout our world. Sea level. Sorry, I mean sea level. Our master measuring reference for everyone on and everything on Earth. Sea level. Sorry, I mean sea level. Sea level. mean sea level. Sea level. Sorry, I mean sea level. Sea level. Sorry, I mean sea level. Sea level.
With that, I'm going to say, if you are watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premium Streams, then stay tuned, as there will be an after show to follow.
Oh, the Toys R Us, the Land of Misfit Toys 2.3, and it's oh man, it'll just make you piss yourself laughing.
You mean 3.0?
I thought it was 2.3 because he's got 2.1, 2.2. 2.3. I've called it 2.3 now. But it's I was trying to get hold of you, Nathan, before to have a listen to it, and then you could just say you could if you wanted to play it on the show, but don't know how it's going to go. If people hear it, they're not going to be happy with it.
What's it called? Release the tapes?
No, I've got one. You've not seen it yet. It's called called Toys R Us. Toys R Us, the Land of Misfit Toys 2.3.
What's this one? How Alberuni? Oh, that's a video. Oh, okay. Yeah, go on then. Let's have a listen.
You'll have to bear. Just chat for a minute. I'll have to.
Okay. Yeah, no worries. I really like that Sea Level song. I thought that was ace.
Yeah, I liked it, but I want to hear the one he's talking about that made him laugh as he was writing it. It's another thing, Fisherman in a Box. When I watch his show, I'm always smiling. I think he's very entertaining. He makes me laugh. So there is laughter, but I understand what he's saying.
Well, there's not enough laughter. I misspoke. I have to watch my vernacular when I come on this program because being held to a word is important. So I stand corrected on things. There's just not enough laughter in the world.
That's agree. All. There's not.
That's you can be serious about things when the serious requires it. You know, to quote Bible again, there's a time and a place for everything. But there's more than enough time made for singing, for dancing, for laughter, for joy, for happiness, which ultimately leads to peace. There will be no angry people in the kingdom of heaven. There will be no intellectual supremacists in the kingdom of heaven when it's all said and done. Not to go all preacher on you here, but that's true. And you should be able to step from one realm into the next realm. And if you don't have a sense of joy and peace within your own heart, you're not going to make it, folks. And
you know what? You know what it is too. You know what it is too. It's the.
Go ahead.
1 second. You know what it is? It's the way it's hard to be joyful when a lot of people are going through a lot of things. I mean, I know you must in Minnesota. It's got to be bad. But the price of things and the way they priced out the middle class, everything is a grind now, you know. So it's hard when you got so many things, you know. It's very hard to laugh. So there should be more laughter, and maybe there would if they would stop burdening us with normal things like just to feed your family. I know a lot of people in that position.
Hey, it's in Master Bino. Shame you can't hear it correctly, though, innit, on here, like.
Toys R Us 2.3. It's all about a misfit toys over at 2.3. QE. Yeah, that's me. Big belly dweeb, my name's QE. Flat C, Adam and Brian. And me, QE. The narcissistic master of misfit toys at 2.3. I never mention measurements, but I'm great at debunking the globe. I wear the globe debunking robe. QE, that's me. I got Brian Flatsy and Adam down on their bending knees. I bully them, cause that's what they need. QE, I'm a globe debunking dweeb. I just talk about where there is no curve. QE, that's me. Debunking the globe. Debunking the globe. Don't talk about measurements to me. Yes, me, QE. I'm in the land of the misfit toys. 2.3. Yeah, in the land of misfit toys. That's me. I got this book called Welcome to Flat Earth, but I only debunk for what it's worth. Never mention measurements to prove it flat. Gotta keep wearing my globe smacking hat. I'm 4'7", even in my high heels. I'm around wearing specky before I dweeb. If you wanna argue about how it's not a globe, buy my book and argue all day and keep listening to what the globers say. My name is QE. I'm the reason for Misfit Toys version 2.3. Geometric horizon argument, that's me. I levels myself in the mirror sometimes. My belly's getting big from eating all the pies. I'm QE, the physical horizon argument dweeb. I never mention the flatness of Earth. I just debunk the globe, of course. Black swan, hold back 10. I'm a dweeb, I need to be noticed. I'm QE and need to be noted. If the horizon was a physical place, why would I argue the distance case? What a QE misfit toy disgrace. QE from Misfit Toys 2.3. You're getting criticized, we see. QE the fool, talking shite in front of the Three Musketeers. QE the dweeb from 2.3. I'm still talking where the horizon should be. QE, get back to 2003. That's me. QE. I'm still chatting shite about where the non-physical horizon should be. The real flat earthers keep pointing this out to me. Them real flat earthers got one up for me. I'm QE, I'm not the man I used to be, but I'm the leader of the Misfit Toys over in 2.3.
That's good.
Did you manage to listen to it properly, like?
Yeah, I went to Discord because you can hear it better on Discord. I left G+.
Right.
That's funny.
It's funny, that.
Hold back, 10th man.
Oh, God.
That's terrible.
You managed to get everything in there. What do you mean terrible?
It's funny as.
It was funny.
It was funny, and we need laughter, right, fisherman?
Yeah, amen. You know, and this whole thing too with the separation. Did he put out a book? Don't tell me he put out a book.
Yeah, he put a book that he robbed from Nathan out, but he managed to butcher that too.
Well, this is the realm we walk within. You know, you gotta be able to know the good guys from the bad guys. And what's the scripture there, Neil? They send you out into the world as wolves in sheep's clothing everywhere. Everywhere. You got to be careful. Yeah.
Right. You got to be wise as a serpent and harmless as a dove. And
Amen.
our
There you go.
friendship and Nathan's friendship,
Yeah.
I mean, it caught everybody off guard.
Yeah,
Nathan feels like he should have seen it coming. That's fine. But I mean, the way it happened, nobody's seen it coming. If you 2020 is hindsight's 2020. Yeah, we got that. Now I could look back and I say, oh shoot, I should have picked up on it there. I should have picked up on it over here when we're editing the book. But what are you gonna do? They did what they did, and their punishment is they no longer get to hang out with us.
Yeah, and fundamental human behavior with a moral standard. You have to be able to take correction at some point too. When on my channel we talk about encouragement, correction, admonishment, and what's the fourth one? I can't remember. It's been so long. But you have to be able to take correction. And it was sad to watch QE go down the path he went. I mean, then he got angry at everybody, and I thought, well, this is not good. This isn't. Anyway, so all you can do is sit back and go, okay, you made your world, now live in it.
He's in the land of misfit toys 2.3 now. No worries.
With the Three Musketeers.
Yeah, well done. The musical artistic representation was spot on. Very good.
We're all still very uptight about it. Nathan's moved past it, but I didn't. When somebody stabs my friend in the back, they stabbing me in the back too. I don't know if it's the Sicilian in me. I don't know, but I'm working through it.
Well, that's why forgiveness is so important.
Forgiveness is important. This was done to me, Fisherman. I've said this on the show before. I was facing 5 to 15 years in prison with a co-defendant who was my best friend. He actually lived in my house. He was like my brother. And he turned on me, okay? When he came years later and asked for forgiveness, then I forgave him. And he repented. He showed, humility. And I forgave him. But you can't forgive if somebody's not asking you for forgiveness. That's hard.
Well, you should be. We have to forgive them. I mean, forgiveness is not one of those optional deals. You have to forgive them. But what people don't follow up when after forgiveness is fellowship is not required after forgiveness. You don't have to fellowship with them. You don't have to acknowledge them, but you have to you have to love them. But you don't have to hang out with them anymore. You don't have to listen to what they say. I love that quote from American Beauty when, his wife was banging some real estate exec and he takes a job at a fast food place and she drives up with her lover while she's still married to him and places the order. And Kevin Spacey looks out the window after she starts to give him hell. And he says, I don't have to listen to you anymore. That's it.
That's a good movie.
That's it. I can love you and I can forgive you, but I don't have to listen to a thing you say anymore. Peace be with you. I wish you well.
I'm not there yet.
I don't know. I mean, there's supposed to might be some things in life what happen that you just can't forgive someone for. You know what I mean?
Well, Fisherman speaking directly from the Bible, as a Christian, you must forgive if you want to be forgiven. And we've been forgiven a great deal. I mean, all of us. We put Jesus on that cross. He had to die because otherwise we'd have to pay the sin penalty. He paid it for us, right? Okay. So you can say, well, I was just born this way. Okay, so the scales they're not balanced, right? Why should I have to pay for Adam and Eve when they, it's on them, right? I'm just born in natural sin, right? Well,
But
God's scales
Adam and Eve,
are equal.
Joshua.
Hold on. Because God comes and he makes the scales even, because the righteous for the unrighteous. So Jesus is known as the second Adam. The first Adam failed, right? And we fall under sin and death. We must die now physically when we weren't supposed to. The second Adam, not born by procreation, but by the Holy Spirit overshadowing Mary, he becomes the righteous for the unrighteous. So God's scales are perfectly balanced. So we need to learn how to forgive like we've been forgiven.
Amen. You're correct. And if Jesus is going to go to the cross and do that, the least I can do is forgive those that have trespassed against me. I think that's even in a prayer, too.
But you need to go over to the Misfit Toys, Neil, and forgive and forget.
No, you don't have to forget. I mean, only God can forget. You're never going to forget. It's always going to be there. You have to. That's why Fisherman's right. You got to forgive. Otherwise, you get bitter. And you don't want to get bitter. You want to get better. So I'm glad he came in today because that convicted me. Right? Because if you don't forgive, neither will your Heavenly Father forgive you. That's what it says in the Bible.
I don't know how to forgive a liar.
Well, Eli, you do so.
Does he say anything about how to forgive a liar?
Well, you got to forgive them for being. That's what I said first. Well, he hasn't asked for forgiveness, but it doesn't matter because we still, as
Just going to say
Christians,
that.
have to forgive, but we
You need
don't
to
have to
ask
be
for it.
around them.
And forgiveness should lead to repentance. A big part of that forgiveness thing is if, let's say, Neil does something bad against me, and I either come to him or he comes to me, and I say, well, Neil, I forgive you, and it like he said, if it convicts his heart, it should lead to repentance on his
Correct.
behalf, right? And now if Neil comes to me and says, listen, I was out of line. Please forgive me for what I said to you or what I did to you. If he does that to me, that's the greatest. That's one of the greatest acts in humanity is forgiveness. It's real. It's desperately important because
how do you forgive
I'm going to forgive him.
How do you forgive someone who is a liar, though? Who because of their delusion hurts you and others, and you trying to tell them the truth out of love is only costing you and hurting you. How do you forgive that when it's continuing?
I just say I forgive you, but deep down you've not done it. Just lie to them.
Well, what you could do, I listen. I think Fisherman and Box has opened something up in me. Now, I could come on and say, you know what? Huey, I forgive you.
And say, hey,
Brian,
man, I forgive y'all.
Exactly, I forgive you.
Snake.
You know that they're not going to receive it because they still think they're in the right. But if we are the better person and say, you know what? We forgive you and let it go there, that may lead to their repentance.
Oh, forget the repentance. Hey, I forgive you, you lying snakes. Now I'm gonna sit on your show and I'm gonna tell you how you need to tell the people the earth measures flat.
Yeah, see, me and Eli got a little personal because, hold on one second, I'll let you go. Me and Eli got a little more personal because he's attacking us head on, QE, calling me a midget sewer rat when he's only a couple of inches taller than me. That's funny. And he's calling Eli some nonsensical names. But what are you going to do? See, that's the thing. Nathan's right. He's going to have to continually defend his stolen property. That's his lot in life now.
But you know what? You know what's funny? Like I don't notice. Like I haven't had time to go see what he said. So it hasn't affected me at all. What a waste of energy on his part.
Oh, you didn't see what he said about you. Okay, I see.
Well, and there you go. You might have hit on something right there that is biblical in its nature too. Listen, when you preach the gospel or any truth, you preach it twice. And if they don't want it, you shake the dust. You leave them. You don't stop loving them. You don't stop forgiving them, but you just walk away. And a lot of folks can't do that. They want to stay. Here's how I see it. Whenever you've got two people arguing with each other, you have two demons that are just fighting back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. That's not a good thing. And as Christians, we should recognize that. When anything gets to a position of contentiousness or anger or hatred or anything, that should be a big red flag for if you're following the faith. If you want to walk the straight and narrow path, you have to shake that dust. And a lot of people won't do it because arguing makes them feel alive and it's like a roller coaster ride. And only the wise will sit back and go, you know what? I love you, brother, but we're not going to agree on this one. And you can walk your path, and I'm going to walk mine, but I'm going to hit the road. I'm going to shake the dust. And I forgive you for what you said to me. And I do. You genuinely have to forgive them.
That was done. Yeah. I mean, Refracted Curvature wrote a nice long letter to John Stunya. Very heartfelt letter, and he didn't receive it. So he told him, he said, "Listen, I respected you, but the path you're going down, you have no standing. So I want you to reconsider." And QE just brushed it off like it was nothing. So what can you do with that?
Just going back to fishermen, though, I mean, I know we've spoken about narcissists quite a lot, and it's something I've looked into, Nathan. But when I was looking into it a while ago, I don't know how it pops up on the feed, but sorry, Eli, you just finger there, mate. But yeah, I don't know how it popped up on my feed when I was researching it, but I got some examples of Jesus saying, if you meet these type of people, you just walk away. Like Fisherman just said, he tells you to do that. Just remove yourself from them. That's what he tells you to do.
Amen. And I'll tell you what, they don't preach enough as what Jesus said too. With Jesus says he corrected them first, and then he walked away. He corrected them first when they caught the adulterous woman who they were going to stone her to death, and he said, "You without sin be the first, cast the first stones." And nobody threw their rocks because all of them had sin. What did he say to the woman? Well, she said, "Well, you're not going to judge me? You're not." No, but go on, walk on, and sin no more. And he was done with her. That's it. Now, whether she did it or not, we don't know from the Bible's perspective. But yeah, that's an excellent example. There are multitudes of examples where Jesus walked in, looked at the situation.
She belonged to the streets.
Just plus though, just to get back on to the shape of Earth a little bit. Yeah, and that's what we're currently doing with the the dweebs and the people who like to sniff their own farts and things like that. We're saying, well, you get on with it then. We're walking away, just walking away. You know what I mean?
Well,
same thing.
Well, this does tie into what I was going to say. Nathan, are you there? Listening at least?
Yes.
All right. So, in this, this whole globe issue is an issue because everyone else doesn't want to recognize that the Earth is measured and utilized as flat, the surface. It's literally that simple, right? But we're trying to get them to focus on that and address that, and then either go, yes, this is correct, or no, this is incorrect. Obviously, it is correct, but they're skipping past that to share the rest of their gripes, right? In this situation with QE and Adam, I feel like the problem was never addressed. They have never addressed the issue. That day when I said I wanted to be recognized, and Nathan was repeating that no, nobody other than Adam and Huey is going to get recognition, but nobody's going to be the author on the cover of the book, you know. And at that point, which was so many months before, you know, Adam's laptop got stolen, and then, you know, the whole time that they didn't work on the book for whatever reason, Nathan was trying to hunt them down. Like, why can't they address, Huey and Adam, why can't you address that Nathan actually told you to your face that you weren't going to be the authors? Why can't you address that that's actually true and that you didn't like it? That's what the conversation should be about, because that's what happened and that's what's true.
Yeah, I agree 100%.
Yeah, but me and Neil spoke about this. So we said it should have come to a point where the demands were put on the table or whatever, and it should have said, right, we need to sit round the table, and fucking Nathan would have said, well, no, your name's not on the book. That's been my thing from day one. Nothing's changing. At that point, it should have said, right, we have nothing to do with this book then. We're going to go our separate ways. See you later.
That's what should have been done, but they were doing a dirty deed, and they tried to spin it off. Nathan said it, and he's right. Now it's the smear campaign. When they came out with their freaking book fiasco, Adam tried to portray it like, look, we were friends. How do we have to explain this to a friend? For God's sake, it should have been obvious. Well, then it should have been obvious to you that Nathan was the only one that was going to be on the book as the author, because it was being done so he can have another stream of revenue. Holy shit.
Forget why it was being done. Nathan was transparent and clear about that.
Yes.
In his communication.
You can think as though you've been mentioned, that crack.
What's that, man?
Just Nathan's rhetoric from back then. You're not in the book, but you can think of it as though you've been mentioned in the book or whatever.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. And they'll take that video, and when I played that for Brian was like, Neil, are you kidding me? That video, Adam was trying to wake Nathan up. Wake him up. Well, that's the problem. He should have just came clean. But see, you know what would have happened, Eli? Nathan would have told them no.
Trying to wake him up. So in other words, you're telling me that your intention was to inform Nathan that he is wronging you and you should be an author on the book. That's what your intentions were, you say. Did your words say that?
No, that's why it's a joke. Because they couldn't, Eli, because they know Nathan would have told them, forget it. There's no doubt about it.
The problem, they're acting like a bunch of Globers that they're not dealing with the root of the problem.
Yep.
Have the conversation about what happened. Why can we talk about everything else about this situation other than the genesis? You want to talk about your feelings. You want to talk about what you deserve. You want to talk about how much of a scumbag Nathan is, but you don't want to talk about what led you here and your miscommunication or lack of communication and your lack of transparency when dealing with Nathan, who was transparent and communicative with you. He recorded everything. We were all there. We're all witnesses. Are you crazy, you fucking demons?
Well, now he's saying, now that's his thing, release the tapes. So he's portraying, like, to the gullible out there, that there's stuff on the tape that would back them up. So
what's the difference? Again, I'm going to keep equating QE to a fucking Glober, because what's the difference between that and a Glober that says, produce all the evidence, which we've already produced?
Listen, pride is remember how he used to say, that's that pride effing with you? I don't want to curse. I'm trying not to swear. But you know how Huey used to say that when he was dealing with ballers or freaking supposed scientists or PhDs, right? And he's not realizing that's what's happening with him. That's that pride messing with you.
Show me how the earth measures flat. You've already been to a lake. You've already experienced the truth. Why are you playing games?
Well,
Yeah, you guys want answers, and
Eli. See,
I empathise with your plight because, as a consequence of my actions, right, I've excluded these two individuals from the group, and what you guys, as a consequence, are left with is trying to rationalise it, make it make sense, and you want answers, but it's equivalent to a position where without describing you as being kids, but in a metaphor, you know, you've got the husband and wife, where in this case, as it was a metaphor earlier, but yet he who is without sin, right? You've got the cheating wife, and at the point the husband goes, I don't have to deal with you anymore, right? The drive-through McDonald's scenario, that scene where he goes, I don't have to deal with you anymore. That's it, that's the end. You know, there's no need to justify or argue about this. That's it, that's the end. And that's the punishment as well. Now that leaves, unfortunately, for the kids in the marriage, left trying to rationalise it, asking the mother, why didn't you do this? Why didn't you do that? Why didn't you behave in this way? And in this analogy, me being the father figure in this analogy, has already made up his mind and has dealt with it. You know, has made the decision. Now, for me, this happened a long time ago. It's weird listening to you guys rationalising it because you're on the fringes and experiencing a loss of a friendship, and, you know, having companions that some people might have looked up to as being mentors. That's going to be hard. So I can only empathise with you. I'm not going to be like, you should just move on. It's like, no, I've got to empathise with your position because I've put you in it by firing them and going, get lost. You're no longer going to be in this group. Well, that obviously has a knock-on effect for everyone else in the group, and I can only apologise for that. It's like, I've made that decision, not by any rash means. I've done it in a very thoughtful way once I've been, you know, exposed to the reality of the situation in the most stark format. Give me co-authorship. No, you're fired. Bye-bye. And that was the end of the relationship. But at that point, I have come to terms with it. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to say, go away. That's it. We don't have a relationship here anymore. That's the end of the relationship. Now, from that point forward, I then draw a line under it and move on. Obviously, I couldn't have dismissed them unless I was in a position to move on immediately because I've cut that tie. Now, that tie is then going to, for everyone else around me, fade out slowly. And you do. I can totally empathise when you want answers. You want them to explain it. For me, I'm like, why would I want an explanation? I know what's happened. You know, so when I get reports back saying they're expecting this standard of evidence for your claims, I'm like, what are you talking about? The events happened. If it was in a factory, if we were, I think the first analogy we used was always car related. We're building something, right? We're building a nice new car, by metaphor, the book. And then two of the designers come along and go, this is ours now. We want our name on the Jaguar. And the higher ups at Jaguar go, no. They go, well, we're taking the prototype with us. And the guys go, take it. Get lost. The punishment is that you don't get to work in the factory. You don't get to be around the people who are making decisions about Jaguar cars anymore. Now, what's that? You've managed to steal a prototype and, you know, in the case of this particular analogy, put a horrendous paint job and a shitty engine on it. You're like, oh, okay, I mean, that's a bit of a squandered opportunity given that you stole a very expensive prototype. But that's your bag. The punishment still remains the same, though. The people in the factory, that's you guys, are left in this position where you're like, well, we really like Bob and James. You know, they were good designers. I can't quite believe they just ran away with the prototype we were all working on. That's outrageous, you know. But the guys at the top of the tree in Jaguar, in this analogy, don't sit around going, why don't these people we've fired give us this explanation? It's like they've already fired them. They've already been escorted off the property. They've had the keys removed from them, and they've been told, don't darken our doors again. Now, what happens for them? Well, out in the pub, you go, oh, well, saw Bob and James. They were in the pub going on about our Jaguar need to prove this and that. You're like, do they? No, they've already fired you. So what difference does it make? Do you think demanding they're not listening to you anymore. That was what happened when you got escorted off the property. Your opinion ceased to matter. But in the pub, it seems like it matters. Like, okay, well, I mean, what do you want me to say while I'm sat around the board table discussing the next project, or how we're going to have to deal with the loss because we've been stolen from people that have been fired? You're saying, well, we need to listen to what they said to you down the pub. They said that you didn't have any evidence. What are you talking about? They've been fired. There's no evidentiary standard anymore. There's no concern about what their opinion is anymore. It all becomes utterly inconsequential. Now, that's really heartless when I've just literally qualified this by saying, I get it, right? None of you made this decision. You've been forced into this position by me and my actions. Could I have just given them what they wanted? Yeah? Well, you want co-authorship from me? Why would you need that? Didn't you write it?
Yeah, but
Not
you know what I
true.
mean?
Nathan,
Hey, hold on.
Hang on.
That is not true. That is not true at all. Before you excluded them from the groups, they had called me. And I made the decision right then and there that if they're going to continue and not give you the material, they're drawing a line and making people pick and choose. You're wrong. And if you continue, I don't want to have anything to do with you, QE, or I don't want anything to do with you, Adam. And I hung up the phone. So you did not make that decision for me.
At what point in the timeline did Adam allegedly get robbed? And is there any evidence for that, like a crime number?
well, I asked that at the time, but I did ask that at the time. I don't know what happened with that. But just to say, I know what Nathan's saying, and he's drawing a line under it's ended, and you just hope to think that the thieves have done what they wanted to do and ended it themselves, but they haven't, have they? Okay, yeah, we shouldn't react. I've just put a funny song out. It's a laugh, right? But you've got him now, mocking people, insulting people, putting people down, planning probably other things that might not happen or might not happen. So, they're just antagonizing, or he is. He's not behaving
Because he
correctly.
still wants to be part of the group. Don't you understand? Nathan said it yesterday. By doing so, he's still part of the group because we're reacting. He's going to hear this, and he's still part of the group because we're still talking about him.
He's not part of this group. He's part of Toys R Us, Misfit Toys 2.3, mate. I've made that quite clear in my song.
Here's the thing. That's fine, but you're giving them way too much credit. The prototype, they were working on the assembly line because you put the material together, okay? You had a book and you were coming out with a book, right? They came along and offered their help. So basically, they were working in the assembly line. They didn't create nothing and walk away with the creation they made. Come on, that's giving them too much. I'm not saying they weren't beneficial when we were debating the nature of our reality, but all of that's redundant. They were working on the
Exactly.
assembly line, and they tried to take your freaking material, and they actually did. And what they do, they messed it up.
In the words of Holly from Red Dwarf.
Nathan was never.
Oh, go ahead, Eli.
So Nathan was never there to actually write the book, but all I remember during the times I was there, through Nathan's silence, a casual reword that, take that out, that doesn't sound like me. That's all I remember. So
yeah, a boss
gone and redacting things at the same time.
Yeah, according to them, he was playing video games. Well, you were hearing a boss. I don't want that. Take that out. That's not me, QE. That's you. I don't say Mae West would be blushing. That's just a small one. We'll use that. You were witnessing the boss in the workshop giving orders while they were helping edit. Perfect.
Obviously.
So in the words of Holly from Red Dwarf, he says, "It is better to have loved and have lost than to listen to an album by Olivia Newton-John."
You know, I think after the book, you should release an audio series called "Release the Tapes" and make money off that too.
You just don't get it, huh? Nathan cut them off. That's it. He says he's fickle. Yeah, he is.
He didn't stop making money. I just proposed a good idea.
Yeah, we proposed a good idea too, me and One Deck. Let's do a treatment on the guy doing treatments. And he said, "You morons just did it. I recorded it." Yeah, it's a dead issue, man. I know it's stinging. It bothers me because I'm hearing the stuff they're saying, and I know they're lying bastards, so of course it bothers me. What are you going to do?
But yeah, I remember QE mentioning something about he's only made $30 from his YouTube channel, trying to play off that it's not about money or anything, for all he was begging for bloody super chats the other week. But I ended up watching his first stream the other day when he's thanking Nathan for setting it up and saying he couldn't have done it without him. On that very first show, he got a $50 super chat. So he's full of shit just from that. The first episode,
No, he knows exactly
more than he said he'd made however many years later.
Len, he knows exactly what I meant. I meant the super chats, not what you're earning from, I don't know, for it being on YouTube and commercials or whatever.
No. QE said he's probably never made more than 30 quid for the whole thing, which is Len saying on his
he's
first
not counting super
show.
chats.
He's a liar, basically, is what Len is saying.
Yeah, but because he's making it sound like, Nathan, besides super chats and everything, what do you earn on YouTube? Don't you earn something if you have a certain amount of subs?
Got so all to do with subs. It's just adverts shown and shit in it. And
Okay, and that's what he was talking about. But that's not what I was talking about when I said it. I was talking about Nathan basically told him you could keep it all, but you're going to run the show, your show, because he was demanding half the super chats. He knows damn well what I meant. He's a lying, manipulative bastard, and people fall for that. So if they're stupid enough to fall for that, Flatsy, stay over there.
You don't know QE, Brian.
Poor Brian. I do feel bad for him, but look, I warned him for 2 weeks straight.
Sid, if you want to laugh, just listen to the Toys R Us Land of Misfit Toys in 2.3, and you will just laugh, mate. Simple as that.
click OK if you ever repaired a broken potato crystal ball, because I think Brian's got one that needs sorting out.
Yeah, that was funny. Listen, send it to him. One Deck, send him the video. Send him the song.
Yeah, will do. I'll bang it in the thing on Tuesday.
One Deck went to go in there. They put him directly on mute.
I went in by mistake. I thought I'm going to post me Release the Tapes song. Release the Tapes, Where Are the Guns, Nathan song. Because he'd call that show Release the Tapes. I thought, you just take it. Just let it fucking go. Like, you think you're the only one who can fucking, have a go and have a... I might be talking out of term and reacting the wrong way. I know that. But, I just think, just fucking let it go then. Nathan's let it go. You fucking let it go. Yeah.
Oh, you wouldn't have been able to post it, right? You got to be a mod to post anything in the chat. So it wouldn't have came through anyway.
All right. Oh, so they didn't hear it then?
No, I don't think so. I don't think you can, because nobody can post anything in Nathan's chat unless you're a mod. So
You should give it to McToon or something. He'll make sure he uses it.
yeah, sleeping with the enemy to get something done. I don't know, but the funny thing is with that, you could. I don't know. It's just that'll just, I guess, be our joke. but he's going to continue to, come after us. So I think what we discussed yesterday, just we don't even talk about him no more. Forget out of mind, out of sight, out of mind. And don't tell me I brought it up today, because I didn't.
I blame that one deck.
No, that was that fisherman in a box guy. Jeez. I'm seeing when he causes all kinds of problems.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That's Mr. Fisherman in a Box to you. Well, see, here's my point. You guys made my point. If you move on from something, and it was tempestuous and awful and terrible, the whole breakup and the separation of the QE from the Nathan and all of that mess, you gotta stand with one side or the other. At least for me, it was very simple. I love the nature of what Nathan was doing. It was laconic. It was to the point, and he corrected mistakes, even the smallest of mistakes. Well, on the other side, you got a lot of, the thing you loved about QE was his harshness, his abruptness. But if you take that to a point where it's starting to affect people personally, then that's not good. That's just not good. So it was very easy. Now, once I make that break, I wish him well. Listen, I don't even know QE. I remember when Nathan asked QE if he knew who Fisherman in a Box was, and QE said, no, I never heard of the guy. I've been using QE tags on my shows for probably 2 years, 3 years, and he never knew that it was his voice that was tagging my presentations. Wow. So I was like, okay, well, that's fine.
That was easy for you. You know why it was easy for me? Because Nathan was in the right. Now, if Nathan wasn't in the right.
Sure. Let me ask a quick question.
You've been using QE's intellectual property on your show.
Yeah. Nathan, was there ever a time where QE in private, right at the beginning of this, he entertained the idea of him doing his book and you're doing your own book? And I mean, in a perfect world, I'd buy the book that Neil wrote. I'd buy the book that One Deck wrote. I'd buy the book that 10th Man wrote. I'd buy the book that anybody wrote on this topic. Was there ever a time where QE said, this book idea is a good idea, Nathan? I think I'll write one too.
No.
Did that ever happen?
No.
No, they offered help with my book, and like any good con man, the way they do it is introducing confidence in them and what they're offering help with. So they came with the offer of helping me make the book better. That was their offer. So had it been the case that I was spending time developing a book for them, would seem kind of silly, given that the only reason I was making a book was because I was poor. So their offer of assistance was to alleviate my poverty with a book, which they'd offered out with. But no, what you're saying is, was there ever a case that it was made aware that suddenly they had a book in mind? No, they just stole mine.
Wow.
Well, it was aware when you went for the draft and they told you no. Then it was aware what they were doing.
Yeah. Well, that's just nefarious in its nature, and that's that you put aside the competitiveness of mankind. Everybody wanting to outdo the other one. That's healthy. It can be healthy as long as you don't start treading on somebody else's ground or material or ideas or testimony or anything like that. If you want to do something on your own, go ahead. I wish you well, but use your own stuff. Yeah, so I get that, and I get the breakup, and like I said, water under the bridge. I don't care what he does. I'm looking forward to Nathan's book coming up.
Yeah, I mean, the time spent in their company was fine, and losing them as friends is fine. I'm pretty fickle in that regard. I can move on pretty quickly. But like I say, my current empathy is to people who have then got to deal with it in the wake of me saying, okay, well then, obviously we have to part company. If you're going to steal from me, which is essentially what they did. Well, they initially didn't steal from me. What they attempted to demand from me was co-authorship. And I was like, no, I've made it explicitly clear that this is going to be my book for my benefit. You've offered help with it. But they're like, no, it's ours now. So they just stole it. And then they've decided to rewrite history. You're like, okay, I mean, one of the reasons that I was so confident in just saying, well, get lost then, was that I'd already, as I'm being, I don't know the circumstances of this, I'm not watching them obviously, but released the tapes. You're like, what are you talking about? There's 2,500 tapes that document my involvement with my history, which has been given a thin veneer of being about some spinster named Betty who can't keep a man. You know, it's not like it needs justification. It is what it is.
Nathan, at what point in the process was Adam allegedly burgled?
At what point in the process are you a bit quiet, Adam? A bit quiet about Adam.
Was he burglarized?
Just before they ripped me off. So that was their outgoing story in terms of why they'd been stringing me along and not actually doing anything. Well, in reality, that's because they were fixing to steal from me.
You said no co-authorship.
Yeah, that was way before. I can answer that because I know.
Like you say, they've offered help.
They never asked that question until Nathan came to them and was asking for the draft so he can work on it. That's when they hit him with it. It wasn't in June. It wasn't in freaking July. That's when he was on vacation. They were stringing him along.
Yeah, so that came from a bit of a lull when Nathan was getting angsty because no progress was getting made, so there was that time delay. Right.
And he gave them 2 weeks. And they still, didn't budge.
Yeah, because he was chasing him. No one was replying to him. Adam was on holiday. No one was replying. Nathan just wanted to crack on with his book. And then all of a sudden it was...
No, he was not on holiday. He was back from holiday, Adam. The story was he was trying to find a real cushy seat, because he moved from the garage into the house. So that was another prolonged freaking period of time. I remember it got to the point where it was like, Nathan, it's freaking months have gone by and nothing's being done with the book. I mean, it's a joke. But I'll tell you what, the best thing that ever happened, because where do you hear the book? Where do you read the book that Nathan comes out with? That's all I got to say.
Yeah. Where is that at now then? Is it? I know I was busy yesterday with the van situation. So we've had to do some more alterations, have we? I'm saying we, but you, Nathan.
You what? Sorry, I wasn't paying attention.
I'm just saying I was in and out yesterday. I know you said the book needs some more little bit of looking at or improvements or something. So
no, it's just little bits and bobs, cover work and getting resolutions right for ebook covers, things like that.
Yeah, bloody hell! You don't. Bloody hell! I've never wrote a book. It's your first time you've done a book. You probably don't realise the extent of what's involved here to get it a perfect book. Anyway. And you could just sort of rush one and throw it out there, type of thing. If you want it to be a good book, it's going to be perfect. So it takes a little bit of time.
Yeah.
Talking of time, that's measured from a horizontal plane, elevation angles to and from the sun, using the horizontal plane we stand upon.
Indeed.
Well, and to add to this kind of scenario that's going on or went on, I don't think it exists, but I could foresee a day where there will be speaking tours or book tours or conferences or something, if we last that long, where these two authors would, there'd be the chance of them sharing the stage, the dais together. And at that point, I'd have no worries whatsoever about Nathan being able to say, yeah, fine. I'm not so sure I would see that from QE's side, because Nathan, listen, the fact that Nathan is the only one who has said, look, this isn't me saying this. Trigonometry is trigonometry. Geometry is geometry. Geography is geography. I didn't make these things up. It's what we all learned in third grade. It just is what it is. That's it. Leave the egos out of it. Leave the artwork on the cover of the book out of it. It's just the context of what we're talking about here. We're just trying to wake people up out of a fog, a spell, a curse that's been put on this entire realm. And again, that forgiveness thing is so important, because there could be a time when these two are going to have to cross paths. And like I said, Nathan has always, from my observations, has always done things the right way. And that does take correction and, admonishment.
When you say in observations, sorry, Fisherman, when you say in observations, like the land of misfit toys in 2.3 are still talking about where the non-geometric horizon should be, where you could just observe and measure the distance to the oil rig, which is a linear distance, and the height above that rig above sea level.
This is something that intrigues me. So when you make these suggestions, right, let's just contrast it to me saying that I don't care about what someone like Simon Dan has to say on the subject because he's inconsequential to the subject. But if there's individuals out there that say, I want these people. So back in the day, it was when we'd be going into all the different servers. We'd say, we will want the people in the servers that are our brothers in flat earth to communicate the best possible argument. Here's how this argument works. Let's break it down for you. In other words, you're demonstrating your love for those people by being concerned with their well-being and wanting them to do the best possible job with the best possible information. That's demonstrating love and concern, isn't it? Well, when you guys say that you want the people who thieved a draft from me to have the best possible arguments, all I hear is, oh, isn't that sweet that they want to, pass their love and concern on and make sure that they've got the best possible arguments. Oh, sweet. Me, I don't care. I don't care if they've got the best arguments. I couldn't care less what they're doing, really. Do what you like. I've turned my back on them. I've excluded them from this group. But like I say, I can only, rather than mocking you, I'll be a little bit more sincerity, saying, I get it. I empathise, right? You still want to impart that on them, even though it's through a bit of vitriol and anger rather than actual demonstrated love. But that's a very fine line, right? The line between hatred and love is very, very fine. They're on a very similar knife edge, right? And both sometimes get expressed in the same way. So through love, you want somebody to have a good argument. Through hatred, you want to show that they've got the wrong argument and that yours is better. They're the same thing, right? So your concerns, I'm trying to communicate this with Neil, is now one deck, but the same thing applies, right? The fact that you are concerned for them to have a better argument demonstrates your love for them. Hopefully that makes you cringe.
Well, what's your argument? Ho. What are these arguments you're talking? When did we say the word argument? There is no argument. I thought we settled that.
No.
Okay, let's just try this. Flat. They should be saying that the distance to the oil rigs are flat Earth linear, should they? Why should they? Why do you care?
Argument. Yeah.
And the ghost hunters shouldn't be talking about. Yeah, you see, getting a laugh now.
Where's Nessie? Where's Bigfoot? Let's do this.
No, see, here's the thing. We were joking around, all right? And it was funny, but we were saying we should, because he's over here. What it was is because it clicked. He's over there freaking doing treatments on people when he's doing the exact same thing because he's freaking right one deck. What was he saying about how he should argue?
Yeah, well, he was giving an example of, a glober was telling a flat earther about the atmosphere moves with the spin of the earth. So what you should be doing, because QE's been saying this for 8 years now, solid, he's drummed it into people. The response to that should be that the atmosphere is oxymoronic. You don't get a sphere-shaped tear. Yeah. and something to do with the star rotation in the different hemispheres. But where we not in the land of Misfit Toys 2.3 would just purely point out that there's no globe for the atmosphere, the sphere-shaped air, to be spinning round, because it was measured flat in the first instance using sea level. Sorry, I mean sea level.
Yeah, well, then you can get caught up in the wrangle-dangle of, whether or not you're Christy Bodak from Southwestern University and gas behavior, when anywhere that gas behavior will be measured from will be from mean sea level of our flat Earth. Or it's measured flat.
And listen,
flat.
yes, nice one, Chris. But listen, and there's nothing wrong with critiquing people.
Exactly.
It's critiquing. I've not got a knife in someone's back. I've got no hatred. I'm just critiquing the Misfit Toys in 2.3.
Yeah, that's right. Like we critique those Nessie guys about the Loch Ness Monster. We spent quite a lot of time on it yesterday.
Listen, you're going to talk about a black swan, and you're going to talk about oil rigs. One deck. What the heck? Is there a distance involved in that we should be really breaking down?
No, Neil.
Who's this? Sorry, can we just clarify who you mean by we? The collective we, including these two thieving bastards, right?
Neil, we need to know what the non-geometric horizon should or shouldn't be. That's the fucking point, mate. Where is this non-geometric? Should it be there or should it be there? Do we account for refraction? I don't know.
All we're saying is, if he's going to be going around freaking pulling people up, we're going to pull his ass up. You know what? We're going to get We're going to get our own channel, and we're going to do a treatment on his dumb ass. A one-day channel. How's it sound, One Deck?
Yeah, we go for it. We got the song ready.
Nathan, can we promote it on your show?
It's sweet how much love you've got for these guys. It is quite sweet.
Stop. Love. I'll give you a love.
Well, you're giving them so much time and attention and effort. It's
no, we're not. We're talking amongst
sweet.
ourselves.
Bless you. My Eleanor's in the background chuckling. You find this funny, Eleanor? What is it you're finding funny about this?
I don't know.
Hello, Eleanor. Need to just say Neil.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, I mentioned this the other day. There's a Taylor Swift song that my girl's listening to, and it's got the lyrics about being so sweet. That's where I'm nicking this from, and she's singing about somebody that despises her and spends loads of time producing videos about her, and is a detractor. And the lyrics are saying, it's sweet how much time and effort you're putting into me. It's, no one's ever loved me like this. So when you're doing things like this, right? So imagine that you've done whatever it is. You do some little hit piece, and then whoever, let's say Adam Meakin, turns around and says, "Oh, lads, I'm so flattered. Oh, thank you. I didn't know you cared so much to spend so much time, going through what I've said and how I've said it. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for the advert that you've produced for us. That's really kind of you."
It's because we love them. We've forgiven them and we love them.
It's just the same thing I used to say to my detractors. Thanks for the advert. Really appreciate it. Thanks for promoting me. It's really kind of you to spend so much time concerned with little old me. It's nice to know that I've had an influence on you. You just see where I'm going?
Listen, buddy, they're calling you Nancy. Did that not bother you? They're calling you Nancy Oakley?
They're calling me a girl. I mean, I am a transgender black lesbian, so that's kind of fair enough. I'd kind of be in keeping with my gender pronouns that I choose to elect other people to use. So the fact that they're respecting my gender pronouns doesn't mean anything. I don't really understand what you mean. Nancy, that's what my wife calls me.
It's not Oakley, it's Nancy
That's
Oakley.
Paula. Get it straight, mate.
I remember.
Wait. I thought they were calling him Nancy Oakley. That's what it says on the thing.
Yes, correct. It's
How did they learn my wife's pet name for me? I don't get it. Wife. They're using the same name you call me by. He doesn't.
Well, because I guess they're saying you're crying about things. So every time you do a video and you call them two thieving bastards, that's where they release it. That's why they yell and release the tapes. And that's why they're calling you Nancy. I'm sure they heard how we referred to Betty as Bigfoot spinster that can't keep a man.
Yeah, no, I'm not crying about anything. When I call them thieves, it's because they've stolen something. You know, it's fairly simple.
Yeah, but that's. I was just going to say. Neil, I was just going to say to Nathan, right? So, yeah, I was going to bring up that. So, okay, you're critiquing myself and Neil about this. Now, then Neil's just said to you. So, a lot of time on the show, you will say, thieving bastards and all that. So, you're bringing it up yourself. Listen, Neil, you're on mute, mate. And then, Neil, get on mute, mate.
Lisa Leslie is going to join us next. Find out she's high hopes.
Yes,
I am sorry.
It's all right. Yeah. So you bring it up, Nathan.
Hold on, sorry. 1 second. Clover's got some very important news. What's happening, Clover? What's the report?
I have a really wiggly tooth.
You've got a really wiggly tooth. Which one's wiggling?
Oh.
This one.
It's got a wiggly tooth.
Have you got any string and a door handle on a door?
I said, do you want me to pull it out? She just ran off screaming.
You know, that happened to me when I was a kid. So my Aunt Connie said, come here, let me see. So I walked over my mouth and she yanked it right out.
Yeah, that's what I would have done. My wife's going, no, we won't pull it out. I'm thinking, yeah, I will.
They come up quite easy when you're young, don't they? They get quite loose and you can just pull them out. It's when you get older they're a bit more stubborn.
You don't pull teeth out when you get older. You're not supposed to do that. I got a friend that does that. He had terrible teeth and he was telling me about, you know, how he ended up with his false teeth. And he was describing one particular instance where he just grabs hold of one of his teeth and starts yanking it out of his own skull. I'm like,
Listen, my aunt pulled a fast one on me. She played the concerned aunt and said, oh, come here, let me see. And I went, look, and I walked over, my mouth open, and next thing it was out and I was bleeding.
yeah, I wouldn't probably do it because you can damage, if it's still thoroughly attached to a bit of gum, then you damage the gum, which you don't really want to do.
We're now on to do-it-yourself dentistry. Awesome.
Yes, just to round out that last discussion, I'm very grateful that I'm getting adverts from, you know, old employees who've been dismissed. Flattering that they've got nicknames for me. How very lovely indeed. But ultimately, they just go down the pecking order. It's like, what you ask for, what you demand is utterly inconsequential to me. And in terms of where they sit in terms of my concern with them, it's at a similar level to people like Simon, Dan or Craig. That is to say, I don't think about them. You know, if we happen to be talking about them on the show like we are now, in the same way once the show ends, if we were to cover Fight the Flat Earth and some reciprocal zenith angles came up the other day, let's say it was him talking about reciprocal zenith angles today on today's show, we did a reaction about it, and throughout the whole video he's calling me Nancy Nathan or something, I'd be like, I couldn't give a flying fuck. Like, this person's opinion to me beyond the production of the show is inconsequential. It's not like it's going to keep me up at night. This person is never going to be living rent free in my head. You know, I use the comparison on our own side with Flatzoid, who I still can't remember exactly what we fell out over, but we fell out over something. I remember distinctly him doing something to piss me off and not the other way around. But, you know, I'm like, well, fine, I'll just turn my back on this particular person. But then a day goes by and you can't even remember them. It's not like they're prevalent or in your conscious, you know, you're not thinking about them. And the whole point of somebody trying to get your attention, I describe it as triangulation when it's via you guys, which it is. But ultimately, it is just somebody trying to get my attention. You go, okay, well, I mean, I'm flattered, but you do realise that I've already dismissed you from my company. So no amount of flapping and describing me in certain ways, giving me a character assassination attempt, or giving me a crazy nickname, you know, some effeminate nickname that I'll just lean straight into. It's like, okay, why? Because you're going to still lack that which you held dear until it was taken away from you. That is to say, what's the word? Unity, or, you know, when you're part of a group. I was going to say togetherness. I can't think of the right word. There's a word.
Unity?
Unity, yeah, all those sorts of words.
Or community?
Yeah, a sense of community. But once you get expelled from a certain community, you know, in some cults, they see somebody who's left as fair game. That's Scientology. And they'll just take it upon themselves to be brutal to that particular individual, to be really mean to them. You're like, okay, I mean, feel free to neg Jaguar after they sack you, but it won't change anything, right? They'll still churn out the cars. It's just you don't have any influence over it anymore. Now, you can spend the rest of your life dissecting up your departure from that particular community or that particular job, endeavour, unified goal, whatever you want to describe it as. But ultimately, that is, as I keep saying, that is the main punishment. Well, you just don't get to take part in it anymore. What's that? You can convince a certain amount of people around you that actually you're the victim or the person that disposed of you as the bad guy when they wouldn't take your shit anymore. You're like, I mean, maybe people will take that in, and good for you. I mean, obviously, people rebuild their reputations from some point, even if they've been convicted of crimes. You know, people still come out and have to rebuild their reputations and demonstrate to the people around them that they're not a con man, and that, you know, impression that you've got of me isn't true, and look at all my evidence to show how I'm not a con man. You're like, yeah, but that's now following you around, isn't it? You know, and from my perspective, I'm like, I'm not interested in offering any justification when I'm in a position to dismiss people. You know, it's like I'm quite cold about this when it comes to things like this, because it is just employment in that regard. You've been doing a task for me. Now you've got a bit too big for your boots. Get lost. Same used to apply to when I had temporary staff. Some quite high-powered, you know, important roles, and they were getting good money as temporary staff. And they get a bit big for their boots. Suddenly they think that they're actually involved in the direction of a company that they're temping for. And they start offering their opinions to managing directors because they happen to be there as a temp. And you end up having to fire them. And they'd be moaning to you while they come back and say, well, I need another job now. And you'd be like, okay, but you were just there to do this task, and you decided to do that task, and that's why I had to take you out of that role. And while you're sat in front of me now, you're moaning about the job that you've been fired from. You're like, it's really not a good look, but it will follow that particular individual round because that's who they are. Again, that is the punishment. You know, it's even hinted at, well, you nicked that material. No, I didn't. Actually, he stole from me. He wouldn't exist. He wouldn't even been born. I'm basically his father. You're like, what? What the hell? You know, that will follow thieves around. They have to justify their thievery because people get to hear about it. Now, for me, to exclude thieves is easy once you've recognised them for what they are. You want to steal from me, go away, never darken my door again. At which point, it's like anything that person says, does, asks for, demands, who cares? You're just a whining little insignificant speck of dust to me, go away. You know, what do you want? Do you want back into the group? What, you want to be letting everyone around you know how good and right and just you are? Well, you've just got to be good and right and just for people to see that in you. You know, gaslighting people, lying to them, taking them to one side, pouring poison in people's ears. None of those things are a good look, ever. Now, many people recognise that in certain individuals long before I did. I thought I was pretty well attuned to it. And at the point that I've recognised it, I've gone, well, this is no big loss. But to some it is a big loss. People are going to be heartbroken because it is better to have lived and lost than to listen to an album by Olivia Newton-John.
So we've spoken about this quite a lot last couple of days, and we've had a bit of a laugh and a bit of a joke. We've had a couple of songs come out and things like that. So going forward then, what's the recommendations then?
About what?
About, just how we're going to be, doing things. Are we critiquing people? I mean,
I suggest, well, I think moving
can't...
forward, you need to ceremoniously, right, get some really nice stationery, right, get like a, really top quality pen, maybe a fountain pen, and write on it, "Dear John and Adam, I hate you. You made me feel terrible." Fold it up and then don't post it. You'll feel a lot better.
I mean, yeah, but to tell you the truth, I don't feel like that about. I mean, I know what's going on, but they're not like rotting my soul.
Listen, you half-deck.
You hurt me. You hurt the children.
XYZ triangle. Brian, don't do that. Kiwi doesn't like it. I can't. I just like having a laugh. The song I wrote made me laugh, so if I can make myself laugh, that's brilliant. I mean, who else can make themselves laugh? I can actually make myself laugh by writing a song. But I do like critiquing things. I mean, but listen, we're in this arena. We're talking about geography and the Earth measurements. We do talk about this all day long, every fucking day of the week, right? With surveyors, whoever you want to talk about, right? So regardless of the persons or people we're talking about, we're just saying, like, we realise now there's a critique to be made for certain people, like, because it's pointless. We say it all the time. We say it all the time. We can't deny it that people are skipping past the angle, and we've let it slip. And this is what we talk about. So when we point out that somebody's doing it, that why you're talking about a geometric horizon, which has never been defined as geometric, it's not like being done in a an evil, backstabbing way. It's just, this is what we're talking about. This is what we do. So if we're noticing somebody who's supposedly or proposing on the high end level of this subject, we're saying, well, whoa, hang on a minute. We're just going to notice, because we're noticing this now is happening in the land of Misfit Toys 2.3. That no. We need to stick to the measurements and not about talking about the oxymoronic atmosphere or where should the non-geometric horizon be. Just point. This is what we discuss every day. This is what we do.
Yeah, but one deck, you're forgetting who we are. We're FED. We're at the tip of the sphere. They're not FED anymore. So they're in the old 2009 arguments, 2010, 2012. They're not even at 2015.
So, just this is what we do. We're not on a mission. So it is what we do. We can't deny it's what we do every day. We point this out every day. So if we're pointing things out to somebody or a certain amount of people, not targeting anybody, unnecessarily, just if it comes across, you think, "Well, God, why are they talking about that?" When you could just say that. That's a bit pointless. It's just a comment. It's just a critique. It's like the cooking shows when they critique food or how somebody's cooked a pastry or made some bread. That's what we do. So we are. We are the renegade masters. Power to the people.
Who?
It's just an old house. It's an old house track.
Nathan, if I can, I'll give you a word of encouragement here quick. I would part of my responsibilities within a production were off-season scripting of shows. So you'd have to write, not only the outline, the treatment, but I was ultimately responsible for every word that was spoken by the comedians, the MCs, whoever had speaking roles. Now, I would write these. I would send them out to these various parks. I would go and check on the shows. And inevitably, 100% of the time, I would run into the cast of characters that were taking the words that I had written and taking credit for them and telling people, I wrote this. I wrote this. Yeah, that's my line. That's my line. Got a great response from the crowd last night. That's right. Yeah, well, that's my line. I wrote it. And it didn't do me any good to sit back and go, well, I'm going to make this an issue. I just let them live in their fantasy. If it was getting a laugh, it's getting a laugh. If it's getting a response, it's getting a response. Occasionally, they might throw something in that was theirs, which was against the rules. But then we'd have a private conversation with them, and then that was it. But it happens all the time. It's like we used to say in the business, whose name's on the billboard? Is it your name on the billboard or is it my name on the billboard? Whose name's on the script? Is it mine or is it yours? Whose name is on the channel? It's Nathan Oakley, 1980. It's nothing new under the sun. Anyway, thanks for letting me interject.
I completely agree. Yeah, I utterly agree. Like, at the moment, the rhetoric I'm hearing back on the grapevine is release the tapes. Like, my existence has been experienced by audience members through the 10 million views that I've got, the 4,500 videos. Like, those are the tapes. Hence, in terms of the support and loyalty that I received after being stolen from, people are well aware of the circumstances because it's been made aware to them on tapes. But as a distraction technique, you've got people who come along and take credit for your work and want to live through you and pretend it's them. You're like, okay, that won't alter the millions of hours of material that's been watched by people hearing me say the things I say. No amount of LARPing will make you me. Now, yes, you can steal work that's taken time to produce. That's formatting me and my life in terms of what I've done on the show thousands of times with housekeeping. And you can base a crap story about a spinster on the skeleton of my work and pass it off as your own. But it won't alter a reputation that has been built through 10 million views and 4,000 videos and 2,500 FED shows. Those things are the reality of the situation. So when someone comes along and says, no, your life's my life, prove that I didn't write your life. You're like, this is laughable. But ultimately, just a justification for departing company from somebody that could have been far more influential had they have not succumbed to their own greed in an attempt to steal someone else's persona and the valor of their achievements to dustily put a crappy veneer on them like they're theirs. Like, anybody with half a brain knows the reality. You can't actually change history. So who cares? It's a pity because, as you're probably hearing, there's plenty of people around that are affected by this in a way that upsets them. And as much as I can hopefully snap them out of it by mocking them and pretending that these people are jilted lovers, which they do sound like a little bit, I'm not going to lie.
Shut up.
What do you want? You used to love me. You looked into my eyes.
And they're out in the driveway with their binoculars spying on you.
It's our loyalty and dedication to you, buddy. You don't want to fight? We'll fight.
Fighting shows that you care, right? And if you want to put
about you.
No, I get that, but you're not. It's hard not to be flattered, right? And I am flattered. But by the same token, it's a far more impactful thing to just move on. The losses were cut by me a considerable amount of time ago. Now, again, I was discussing this with my wife only last night, and it is immensely flattering to perceive what's been done on this channel with the help of the people who are having this conversation now, that is deemed so valuable that someone would want to appropriate it and ascribe their name to it. That's flattering. That doesn't change history. Embracing against it just gives credence to the Mexican version of Schindler's List. You know what I mean? It's like, just let it exist as what it is. Like Fisherman in a Box said, people will always take credit for your work. You know, bloody Arwen used to try and pretend that people had stolen his bleeding work via telepathy. You know, it goes deep when you're delusional, doesn't it? But being genuinely serious, though. You know, but what is stamped in history in terms of, let's just take it away from the thieves and put it into a different context with Arwen, you know, it doesn't alter what that man actually did. So therefore, if you know what that person's contribution is, you don't mistake it when it's claimed to be the contribution of somebody else. Now, there's always going to be a certain number of people taken in, especially if they're being love-bombed, to believe bullshit. But that's, again, a testament to the people that you wouldn't want around you. Like, well, given that this is very recent history that you were literally involved in, the fact that you've been gaslit into believing something that literally didn't happen as you experienced it, you're definitely not the kind of person I want to associate with. So for all the support that people who've already departed company from me are being given, you're like, so what? I see plenty of charlatans who rebuild reputations, and sometimes those charlatans, in spite of them always having that following around them, their reputations get built up again and they manage to retain credibility and trust because they don't betray somebody. It's always going to be in their blood. It's always going to be a capability of that particular individual because you are what you do. But you can only, I can only, from my own perspective, try and be as straight and honest with people as I possibly can and depart company from people who aren't worthy of my time and value my time highly, my own company. You know, I value that. That is to say, I don't want it poisoned by individuals who are con men, cheats, thieves. Yeah? But, you know, far be it for me to tell anybody else what they want to do. It is a sense of loss when people depart your company that you looked up to.
Nah, but we're over that. Go ahead, One Deck. I'll go after you.
I'll be quick. Just two things. First thing, Arwen, with the stealing of property, that's happened to me with the poem. You know, Neil did say I stole his poem, so you know I've got to put up with that situation with Neil with the global flat. And then the other thing is, I think if we're saying all this now, right, just to say it out straight, right, let's just, and it includes you, Nathan. No more mention of anything. Not mentioning thieves, not mentioning anything on all parts. Yep, just forget it now.
Yeah, but Nathan's going to say, no, you guys feel free to talk about it. It makes a good show. I don't know.
It does.
But Nathan's saying that, then Nathan, don't bring it up on the show with the thieves and who stole my book. Just let it go. Write it down on a piece of paper, read it out and throw it in a river and let it go. It never come up on the show and we won't bring you up on the show. It's done with. You're going to say that?
I agree. And here's the thing, too. It's not that's over with. I do not miss their company. It's a shame how it happened because, when you hang with people for over 6 years, you feel like there's a bond and there's a friendship. But if they knife you in the back, I don't want to be around them. So that shit's been severed a long time ago.
But I'm saying let's stop talking about it. No mention whatsoever for everybody.
Word up, because I heard this book that's coming out soon called Measured Flat, All Roads Lead to Flat Earth. And I think that book is going to hit mainstream. I've had a gut feeling about it. And I remember 10 years ago, I used to say to Nathan, one day you're going to be speaking to thousands of people. Right?
Is that the one that we got our name on that book, Neil?
I think I'm Mario freaking Soprano. I get mentioned for something about conspiracy, freaking leading to flat Earth.
What about the 90% royalties?
You let
Now,
them
see?
in, right? Just don't let them in. Don't let them see. Be the good girl you've always have to be. Conceal, don't feel. Don't let them know. Well, now they know. Let it go. Let it go.
Taylor Swift.
Oh, Elsa from Frozen.
My wife asked if Len wrote that. I think he did.
Elsa from Frozen. That is true. I should have got it with the Let It Go. But, yeah, we did let it go. Why you keep bringing it up, Nathan?
Turn away and slam the door. I don't care.
What's he?
They're going to say.
Neil, what's he talking about?
Let the storm rage on.
What's Nathan talking about today? We just forgot about everything and what's going on.
You know, it is funny how some distance makes everything seem small, and the fears that once controlled us. I can't do it. My wife's laughing in the background.
Well, I mean,
small. That's like shit shrinks, right?
Well, angular distance fucking changed with Polaris, you mean?
All measured from the horizontal plane of our flat Earth.
Angular change with distance from sea level.
Nasty little 0 degree baseline again for all Earth measurements now.
Why do people keep bringing up reciprocating zenith angles to me lately? I don't know what's going on.
Levels deviating from levels at the right level.
That's correct.
Shout out to refractive.
Listen, let's get back to the book that's going to hit mainstream. Everybody just brushed it off.
Yeah, well,
you can
will. Got to do the minor little things now, whatever they are, and yeah, get it out. Get the digital copy sold, get some revenue in, get the paper version out, and everyone's laughing. Get on some shows.
Which, by the way, I got a little story for you. It's from Skeptic 936. He's one of Nathan's guys. He's in the chat all the time. He sends me a message yesterday. He says, Neil, remember I was telling you about how I hate Bear? He was telling me some situations he deals with while panning for gold with Bear. So he's visiting his niece in North Carolina, and he left the window open on his SUV. When he came out, there was a bear in his SUV eating his Reese's Pieces.
Can barely believe it.
Yeah, because he left the window open, and his niece told him, oh, yeah, I forgot to tell you we have bear here. If you leave the window open, they pop the door. They know how to do it.
Bear cheek.
I said he barely noticed that they ripped the seat up, too.
Is it a polar bear?
Listen, I'm a city guy. Once he freaking said something about bear and he didn't come with his protection, I'm like, I wouldn't even be there unless I got freaking a bazooka, some sort of gun that I know is going to take this thing out one shot.
I'll refrain from making a condom joke.
I think Neil might have given somebody material for another song, Bazooka the Bear.
Right. Why you? That's Kate.
You're breaking up,
and
Ralph.
rejoin, Neil.
Neil, we can barely hear you.
Yeah, I'm in a dead zone. Sorry, guys.
dead zone. There's satellites flying around the globe everywhere. What's going on?
One Deck, are you subscribed to Fisherman in a Box?
No.
You need to. When he puts out a show, it's right up your alley. You'll like it.
I say no, I might be. I'll check.
Well, don't check now because it's dormant for 4 or 5 months.
Yeah,
Now, see, that's breaking some rules of YouTube. I remember hearing that from Nathan, that if you're not posting videos, they quickly forget you.
Yeah, I heard that. I read all that nonsense too. But listen, when I'm as little guy, I mean, I started with 277 subscribers, only by the grace of Pastor Dean Odell, and here's an old name for you, Nathan Roberts. I wouldn't even have had a channel, but I got just enough to go. And then for the last, 8 years, I'd get 200 subscribers every year, just like clockwork, 200. And then this was the first year that I didn't get to 200. And I thought, well, what am I doing? I'm producing more videos than I have subscribers. That doesn't make any sense. Is it because the content's bad? No, content's good. Production elements bad? No, the production elements are outstanding. So what is it? Well, they don't like the message. They don't like the flat earth, and they certainly don't like Jesus. So I just, I don't care what YouTube says now. I've always maintained ever since the beginning, I think you can add a 0 or maybe 2 zeros to whatever the numbers are. Those are the actual people you're reaching, but YouTube isn't going to let you know that. They're not going to let you know that. And, that's enough to, if the message is good, the numbers don't matter. I say it all the time on the channel. I don't look at the numbers in regards to how it makes me feel. I don't care. The message is either true or it's not. And if it's true, the ones who need to hear it will hear it. And if it's not, well, c'est la vie, as the French say.
Yeah, and I don't get notifications anymore. So it annoys me when I miss a live show that you put out.
Yeah, and I get that from a lot of my people that have been with me for the critical Christian crowd. They've been with me since day one. They don't get notifications, and they've hit the bell at the top. Listen, I have communications with all of them. So once again, we're not wrestling with flesh and blood here, boys and girls.
Yeah, but that's a you need to contact you. That's a YouTube issue. That you need to get that. Well, that if that's something that should be happening, why isn't it happening?
Well, first of all, I don't monetize my channel. I age restrict myself, right? I age restrict myself, and there's just not a lot of growth within that demographic. Unfortunately, there's just not. You've got to adhere to their rules, and I used to get away with a lot of copyright issues, but I don't now because they never made it an issue once or twice in the first couple of years. But I can normally play almost anything I want on my channel, and it gets I'll get a mention. Well, it's restricted, but it's not a strike. Well, fine. If I ever wanted to monetize, it would be a problem. It would be a massive problem. I'd have to, but I don't want to monetize my channel. So I'm blessed in that way, but I don't know. It's a mess out there. But I'm not going to leave the belly of the beast and get scared by him. No, I don't have a spirit of fear.
Well, you got a very unique way of talking about the things of God without ramming it down people's throat in a very entertaining way, and you mix it in with flat earth very nicely. So I do appreciate that.
Well, thank you, Neil. I appreciate it. And the support from, FED and Nathan and all of you guys has been really overwhelming. And it's encouraging. And that's why I say I haven't listened to you guys for a while now, and I have my own things going on in my own world. And But this morning, for some odd reason, I thought, I should click on, and Nathan's talking about show business stuff, and I was like, these are from I'm an outsider looking in, and I use the same perspective on my own channel. I'm not a pastor, I'm not an evangelist, I'm not any of those things. I'm the normal schlub guy that gets all this information and has to put it together and say, well, what is true and what is not true? And, the flat earth, I've said for years, there are seven, I've pinpointed 7 deadly truths of the Bible that even Christians don't believe. And you'll find more vitriol with God's natural order. There's a young lady who's a very, vocal member of this group who came on my channel and was at huge odds with me on, God and Christ, Christ and man over woman, woman over children. Well, she disagreed with me vehemently on that. No. And
I know exactly who you're talking about.
Well, I don't want to bring up names, but it
yeah, but I know who you're talking about.
What the Bible says is what the Bible says. It's not. It's like Nathan saying, I didn't make up trigonometry. Well, I didn't make up the Bible. The Bible says this is the way it is, and this is how the order works. The hierarchy of this realm works. If you don't want to believe it, that's on you. That's not on me. And I'm not going to stop saying what the Bible says to be true. So my channel has a unique position of that I'm not coming from a position of authority. I'm just one of the brethren out there trying to put it all together and see what stands up against the Word of God and what does not. So hopefully I've showed myself studied and approved on a number of these topics. And if I'm not, someone will come along and correct me, and I can take correction. So all those biblical principles come into play in the overview of it all. But yeah, that's it.
I mean, that there's things that men are designed one way and women are designed another way. There are things that women can do that I cannot. I can't have a kid. I can't nurse a kid, right? And the same token, I don't think my wife can handle the type of work that I do on a consistent basis. So I think that's what a problem is. And sometimes it's just character flaws in people, and we don't know why they respond in certain ways that they do. But what are you going to do? Still a good woman.
Sure, but you certainly don't accept their I say relativism just because they say it. It's true. Is it not true? I'll tell you what I am seeing though that is very encouraging, and guys like Andrew Wilson and a couple others here over in the States are this doctrine of force that men allow women to do what they do because of the doctrine of force. If I want you to do something, I'm going to, if it comes down to the lowest common denominator, I can physically make you do it because I'm a man. Women don't have that. And it's not so much that they have to accept a position of a place, right? That old term, a woman's got to know her place. No, that's not it. A woman has to know, just like a man has to know, his or her priority within a structured order. And there is a structured order. It is set. Now, people are going to disagree with that all day long. From the very top, there is no God. From the next step down, there is no Jesus. Jesus is an ascended master, some sort of mythological, character that was constructed. And now it's come down to men don't have, their priorities are wrong too, and women have usurped men. And what's next? Children? Are children going to usurp women, and then children usurp men, and children usurp Jesus, and children usurp God? No, there is a structure to things. Just like in the flat earth and the biblical cosmology, there is a structure. There is a line that is drawn. There are seas that are bound. There are mountains that go up and valleys that go down. It is structured. And to take anything else away from that or add to that is just wrong. It's just wrong. And thank God I don't mind standing up and calling them wrong.
Sea level, mate. Yeah. Them mountains and valleys are measured from sea level for a start. That is the, what's it called, Nathan?
Master reference.
Yeah, the master measurement reference called sea level.
Nice.
That's what the creator gave us.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. And there's no way of getting around those things. There's no way of getting around those things at all. None. And when you guys went ahead and did the pitch data, I think the pitch data episodes were some of the strongest ever, because finally there was, they always clamor for data. You get the scientific, chuckleheads have got to have proof. They got to have data. Well, there's your data. There's your proof. There it is. And then to have them poo-hoo that somehow, it
wasn't actually
again.
Fisherman Neil, tell him it wasn't actually date. What was it, Neil? Sorry.
Oh, that was algorithmic. I forgot what it was. What did he say? That was pre-programmed algorithmic. In other words, it was already in there. They're just reading from previous whatever.
Okay.
I need to find that again. That was funny.
The raw data.
It's a shame.
Meanwhile, every single instrument's going to be... Okay, go ahead, one deck.
I'm sorry, I'm just saying it used to be nice when it rolled off Neil's tongue because it was funny. Get back into that, Neil. Yeah.
Yeah, those are flat earthers fighting against that too, one deck. Remember, that's a flat earther resisting, the pitch data. And Nathan even said it. Who gives a crap about the pitch data? You know how flights work. You know how it goes. Anyway, pitch from what? You tell me.
Yeah,
pitch from what?
Well, it's from horizontal, and they are using sea level, the 0 degree master reference measurement baseline.
There you
all
go.
measurements and profiles on Earth. That's simple as that. It's level. It's 0 degree baseline across all the oceans connected together. Sorry, I mean sea level, because it does sort of do the levelness does alter from time to time, but it is measured. But that's what we was given from God, and it was level, and we've had to deal with that, and we have dealt with it, and that's how we get around. That's how we've made maps. That's how we fly. Yeah, that's how we navigate. That's how we build things. We've built wonderful communities on it. We've built wonderful cities on it. Right? Yeah, we've sailed across it.
Sailed across it, found new worlds beyond the horizon.
Yeah, the offing. I think that's the title of one of the chapters in Nathan's book, the offing.
So what's Nathan's third book going to be about?
It's probably going to be about me and you.
See, something? We could joke about percentages and things like that and have no ill will. It's a joke.
Listen, you said to me, Nathan was 20%, you was 40%.
Hey, I asked my wife. She said 90.
Yeah, that was the mark I was going.
She said the amount of time you
said 90.
She said the amount of time you spend with Nathan and not with me, you better get 90%.
We're crossing the line. We've just shook hands on all this. Forget this, guys. No. End it.
Yeah, one deck's demanding more, Neil.
So here's the thing: we could joke about it, but there was a time when the book was being edited where you started to say something.
What are you talking about now? I thought we'd forgot about all that.
I forgot. Oh, we forgot.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to have to be in control of all this. So anyway, yeah, the valleys and the mountains are all measured from sea level. I mean, it's as simple as that. What more do you want to say?
No, one deck. Let's talk about flight. And that Glober said that planes take a curve path. Now he's got to provide evidence for that, and he's got to provide evidence of Earth rotation.
He provided the curved path of the flight with pitch data, Neil, which you can only acquire from a horizontal plane. You can't get
wait a second.
pitch.
According to a flat earther who's very, very popular on Discord, said we don't have the pitch data. They would never be able to get pitch data as a layman.
Well, they can get pitch data. It's in the. We've got the evidence for that. But it's on the graph. Now, pitch and horizontal are like brother and sister. You know, you're like twins. You can't have one without the other. If you didn't have the horizontal, you wouldn't have pitch. Simple as that. Because you need the horizontal for the pitch.
According to AI Overglow, he said nobody has the pitch data, that it's not available to laymen.
You can simply look at an attitude indicator, and the pitch and degrees will be in respect to that. You see that white straight line along the brown, between the blue and the brown? Yeah, that's the horizontal baseline of Earth that you're going to be aviating. And that'll be your pitch altitude to our flat Earth.
How's that altimeter measured?
Oh, you want to go to the altimeter? Sure.
How's that measured?
Oh, dear God, that'll be vertical distance for true altitude to mean sea level, the 0 degree baseline of our flat Earth. It'll be above ground level, which will be absolute.
But how do they measure with the altimeter? What does it measure, the altimeter?
Well, you want to give
Is it pressure?
The pressure differentials? Yeah,
correct.
And that each one that I just said will be to our flat Earth.
Oh dear.
Parallel vertical distances to our flat Earth. So you don't crash and die.
I don't understand why this is not being shouted from the Discord servers all over the world.
But listen, where does the starting point of the pressure we breathe start? At what point is the starting point?
Mean sea level.
Oh yeah, that'll be the standard pressure.
Yeah, so that's
degree, Celsius. Yeah. At mean sea level, that 0 degree baseline. Yeah, for all the vertical distance of the aircraft. Yeah, at 29.92 millibars of mercury. Yeah.
The starting point.
Go ahead, one Nick. Sorry.
Just saying, no, I finished. The starting point for everything. That's all I keep saying. It's the starting point. It's the master. What is it, Nathan?
Master reference.
Master measurement reference.
So if you're saying that that's the master reference and that's the starting point of everything, then that should be the ending point of everything as well.
Yeah, I've started, so I'll finish. But yeah, you start there and it ends there.
Yeah, that's the end right there.
So we're going to start with the master reference measurement called sea level, which is the 0 degree baseline across all the oceans connected on Earth. That's the starting point for everything, and it's level. It was just level for us to start with. It was given us as level. I don't know why that was, but that's what we've had to deal with from day one. Did you like the grime version of sea level? Thinking the grime's like a UK sort of hip hop thing. It's not like hip hop or rap like in the States. It's more of a UK grimy feel. It came out in the 2000s at some point. Maybe I think it started in London, but the grime is like it's a UK hip hop style. But I think it gets the point across quite. It tells you for sure what's going on. Like it's direct, live and direct. So And I think that's what it needed, the sea level. Because we're telling it live and direct. This is it. You know, there's no ifs or buts about it. We're going to grime it out in this rap and tell you about it. I did like that grime version of that poem.
I thought you were talking about one of Elon Musk's concubines. Wasn't he married to a grime, something like that?
I don't know, mate. Don't know.
Well, good. Everyone's forgotten who Elon Musk is. That's nice. And didn't we learn all this stuff in third grade? Didn't we learn how to triangulate? Didn't we learn angles? Didn't we learn measurement? Didn't we learn geography, all in third grade? What happened?
Well, people learn that, and as they get older, and then they may be challenged, or they're in a conversation concerning the actual shape of Earth and how it's measured from sea level. Sorry, I mean mean sea level. I had one guy talking to me last week saying that's not true one day, because you can have a sphere made up of tiny straight lines. It's like a 60-year-old guy.
He's right there. You can't have a sphere made up of tiny straight lines. There are no straight lines on a sphere. I would love to be a fly on the wall on day one in a flight instructor training class, where someone who wants to learn how to fly comes in and says, well, how do we compensate for Earth curvature as we're flying straight and level? I cannot believe that there will be one flight instructor in the history of mankind that would tell them that they have to compensate for Earth curvature somewhere.
Yeah, but I mean, you're going, but that's nonsense, because, I mean, obviously, Earth curvature has never been measured, has it? To compensate for, because all measurements are from sea level.
No.
So you're just asking a stupid question to a pilot who's just doing his job and getting in the cockpit and turning a few buttons and getting from A to B, which is a distance, probably mileage or kilometers, which is linear. And probably most of the journey will be in straight and level flight, above sea level.
But we're at a point right now that one of the arguments for the heliocentrics is now that talk to any aviator, talk to any pilot, and they'll tell you that they compensate for Earth curvature. That's a terrible argument. That's an awful argument. And my rhetorical response to them is always, well, then why are they teaching geometry and trigonometry or triangulation at any educational level? Why?
The pilots do not compensate for any curvature. They're referencing sea level and the horizon.
Yeah, those GPEs. Go ahead, guys.
What's that? I missed that. What'd you say?
Oh, Fisher in a Box is saying aviators will tell you they do account for curvature. I'm saying that's a lie. There's no curvature to account for. They account from the sea level. For most of the journey, it'll be referencing sea level, and they're going from point A to B, which would be a linear distance over a horizontal plane. And then on landing, they will be doing triangulation.
Yeah, but they don't see. When I was working in the city, there was a young kid working with us, and he was going through the aviation school. He was going to be a pilot. And in the beginning, he was resisting. It wasn't until a pitch data, and I started laying out and explaining about straight and level flight, that he comprehended it. I think it was the lift effect that really, he started really comprehending.
However,
and then there was no more resistance.
But the concept that Wandake just went through, Wandake just explained that the distance that's ascribed in axiomatic principle is horizontal and linear. So when somebody needs that extra step, in this case pitch data, it's a description of how much the plane is angled with respect to horizontal for a given period over a given distance, right? Well, that's reliant on the distance being horizontal and linear. So for me, now, when I look at pitch data, I remember saying it, and I've said it with every single piece of evidence we've ever covered. What seems like it's critically important now will seem almost redundant a year from now. And people are like, no, couldn't possibly be the case. Pitch data is the best evidence in the whole wide world. You're like,
Yep,
well,
that was my
what's
beginning.
on... Go ahead.
Sorry, mate. Yeah, when we were all...
Finish.
Sorry, mate, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
Thank you, mate. Just simple. When we were all hopping on, pitch data is so bosh, and it is. The bottom line is that every single measurement ever made of the Earth will be measured from the horizontal baseline of the Earth, from mean sea level. Yeah, because it was the horizontal plane to begin. Yeah, so if you're bringing up surveying or rise over run, it's still the same. That's just how the Earth's measured, or how we navigate the Earth with celestial navigation. Yeah, it's still all in one. None's triumphs or trumps the other. They're all measuring the Earth flat.
Yeah. So
I think let Nathan finish in a minute. Go on, Nathan.
Well, I was just going to say, to expand upon the evidence is to take a flat Earth distance and then explain how, as the plane traverses the flat Earth distance, it doesn't change its pitch with respect to horizontal over a given amount of distance on the graph. You're like, why make it that complicated? The first step in making that graph is an acceptance that miles are horizontal and linear for you to describe deviation from them on the graph. So over a given distance, you're like, whoa, we don't need anything else. Don't need to add anything. Distance is flat. So pitch data, when you understand that, becomes completely surplus to requirements. What else do you need? Well, we're going to build this argument based on what the plane does in its pitch over the period of time that's ascribed on this graph. And over a period of time, it will cover X amount of distance. You're like, well, the distance is the starting point then. Without it being flat, you can't produce the graph. So you've got to accept that first. And once you've accepted, okay, yeah, we all accept that the distance is horizontal and linear. Like, we didn't need any agreement, though, did it? A mile is what it is. So it kind of, it undermines. This is why Brian was pissed with me as our company departed. This was his last departing sentiment, that everything was being made redundant with the fact that Earth is required to be measured flat. And you're like, yeah, you can't suddenly have an argument about how the distance over time for altitude is describable for a pitch with respect to horizontal, when 4 of the statements you made before you got to the pitch with respect to horizontal were flat Earth prerequisites used to create the data. So long as you understand what has created the data, you then don't need the data. You just need to understand what a mile is.
Nathan, I said that about 20 minutes ago. I said, Nathan don't even give a crap about pitch data anymore. It's just how planes fly over a flat plane. We're way ahead of you.
Excuse me, Nick. No, I made a video about this about 4 weeks ago, actually.
No, but that's correct. Nathan's 100% correct. It means nothing.
Well, that's
anymore.
what we're saying. And it wasn't getting into. That's what I was saying. So I know fishermen. I love fishermen in the box, and we're just talking. And somebody said this to him, and the account for curvature. But you've got to get into it, mate, and say, well, no. They try, like Nathan just explained, and I did travel in a distance. It's a mileage or kilometre distance. It's linear. Yeah, they'll be referencing sea level. Nobody's accounting for anything but that. That's what's being referenced all the time. Levelness, 0 degree baseline sea level. There's no accounting for curvature. I mean, if you want to, I feel like I'm going to a bit of a globe land fucking head here in Toys R Us 2.3. But they do tell you this in the they do tell you this in the aviation training manuals, that you will account for a stationary flat Earth, but
non-rotating. A flat stationary, stationary, non-rotating.
No, the atmosphere travels with the globe, Neil.
No, 100%. Everything starts and ends with the flat flat baseline required for any type of measurement that you're talking about. It should end and start right there. Start and end right there. 100% agreed. But with this kid, I don't think we were there yet because this is a while ago. This probably was when pitch data first came out. And he was still resisting this young guy, but then he got it with the lift effect. But yeah, if I would have been able to just verbally explain it the way we just talked about it now, perhaps he would have caught on. Because it's true.
Nathan, just a quick one.
Good.
If you need the flat baseline to know where you are, what is the navigation system to use to get to Mars? What is that?
As in orbital mechanics?
Is that what they call it? How does this work?
Yeah, I did actually cover this on today's show. So an extrapolation of flat Earth radial derivations can be put into Keplerian orbital motion, which would give you journeys to planets like Mars in the heliocentric system that's described from the equatorial plane in hell. That's how orbital motion's derived. But yeah, their alleged distances would be scaled by Huygens' assumption of the same radial value derived from a flat plane measurement being superimposed onto Venus to give you distances to know how far you can traverse after leaving the ground with a ballistic trajectory measured from a flat Earth, because it's aviation, right? So you depart the ground. If you're alleging to go into a sky vacuum, you won't be. But you depart the ground with ballistics utilizing Cartesian frames of reference system on a grid that's flat to then calculate altitudes and distances for altitudes, ballistic trajectory basically. And then once the rocket is out of view of any eyeballs, you can then assert that it's moved into a Keplerian orbital motion to go on its way in a path to Mars. So yeah, it would be orbital motion. But again, you rewind the information back to its origins and find yourself measuring a flat plane to achieve orbital motion.
That is crazy. I can't even conceptualize this.
Well, just an orbit itself is a plane. You know, the entire system is planar for orbits. You know, that when I say it bifurcates the sphere Earth, well, the entire solar system is working within the same exact convention or same idea. It's all one big flat plane. That whole plane bifurcates Earth, the Sun, all the planets, and then there's a couple of exceptions that they put on a slightly different elliptical path after the fact. But ultimately, it's all with respect to a planar system to describe it geometrically. So it's all derived from the same systems. They're all planar in origin. And you can only see it if you've got an eye for subtle details, like the fact that the line of an orbit runs through Earth. You know, it's not derived from any surface measurements. If you're going to infer that the surface is a curved surface, as it would be in orbital motion, your mathematics come from the equatorial plane inside the ball. That's how the plane of the motion is derived by, what's his name? Kepler.
It is crazy though. Sorry to interrupt. That we covered a few videos months and months ago, just of somebody probably not in this arena, just explaining about latitude measurements, and they were showing diagrams of the globe put into the iron shaped cutout with the plane in the middle, and then that's how you measure latitude. And he was explaining this to an audience who. The audience might have been like people at college or university doing a project of, how's latitude measured? And he's showing how latitude is measured from the center of the Earth on a horizontal plane. Now that's not happening, but people are watching this stuff and thinking and not catching on that or not questioning. How does anybody get to the center of Earth and on this plane to take the angle to get latitude? To just accept that what this person is saying. And this is in educational books. What people are reading and believing is happening. It's crazy.
Well, because it works the other way around. That's the point of back engineering. So what actually creates the equatorial plane is the measurements of the Polaris midpoint and vernal equinox to derive this convention of a outside edge of an area of equal elevation. That's the measurement of a flat plane. From there, you can then concertina the ever decreasing circles of equal elevation as you move towards Polaris from that extremity. Well, that can create sphericity to then use this Keplerian out-of-the-box thinking to put that sphericity into motion. But the initial measurements to create that sphericity were planar, and then when described after engineered into sphericity and orbital motion, has you inside the ball on the equatorial plane. Now, if you just start at that point, so you've already developed the system, and then you start explaining how the system works, then you can only describe it with you inside the ball. But as long as nobody points that out, somebody who's not cognitively invested in it will just see the diagram and go, well, that's too cognitively expensive for me to understand. But the boffin explaining it obviously understands how this is capable of derivative description from the center of a ball Earth, and that's perfectly reasonable. Nobody knows any different, right?
Yeah, because they got the system in place already. So, yeah, that's just how it works. I had a guy telling me this. Yes, everything you're saying is right. Yeah, that's how we do it. And I'm like, but you're missing it.
Neil. Oh, it's complicated. People years and years and years working this out. It's from the center of Earth, and you go out and you get your elevation angles from the equatorial plane. Yeah, it's all been done, but just listen, and it's from the center of Earth, and that's how it's done. I'm just thick and stupid, don't question anything, and just believe a load of muppets.
Right, because I was told that, of course, because we can't measure from the surface because it's curved. So we go to the center of the Earth, and we use the equatorial plane. But they match up on the surface. Like, whoa.
Neil, can you obtain an elevation angle from a curved surface?
How about this? You can only measure an elevation angle from the horizontal baseline.
I mean, what a stupid question. What a stupid question.
You gotta be a general jerk off to even make that question up.
Excuse me. We've stopped all this. I didn't bring anyone into this. I'm just saying.
Hold on. I just said general jerk off. I'm not saying anybody's name.
Okay, but what a stupid question. As a flat earther, right? As knowing what a elevation angle is and what its requirements are. Why would you go and ask somebody, probably a baller who thinks they live on a globe?
Yes.
Can you actually get this elevation angle, Mr. Baller, from a curved surface? Just asking, out of interest. Well, yeah, of course you can. No, you can't, mate. It should be a statement of fact. It's a stupid question, right? Doesn't add up. Elevation angle and horizontal plane are tied at the hip.
I heard that there's a book out, and that book has a bunch of questions. Sorry, but I couldn't let that one go.
Just let it go. You are one with the wind and stars. Anyway, on that note, I'm going to say a huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord and G+ panels for making today's after show possible. And of course, a massive thank you to all of you for liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, joining as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.
But when you measure it flat, it contradicts that. I'm spitting flat facts and that. And I know you don't like that. Google Maps is flat, it presents elevation profiles like that. I'm a spitting flat earth king. Sentence has a ring, doing my own thing. If Earth was a big roast chicken, factually finger licking chicken. We just got the measurements missing. I'm spitting eggs and begs, begging the question lesson. I've said it before, time after time. I'm the spitting flat earth king of rhyme.